Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi wahdah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala man la nabiyya ba'dah. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Good evening, everybody. How is everyone tonight? I hope good. Well, a lot's been going on in the back, like behind the scenes. But don't worry, I won't be spilling the beans. A lot of unnecessary, like squabbling. Yeah, that's right, Khalid. Yeah, a lot of unnecessary squabbling. Yeah. Backbiting. Subhanallah. Alhamdulillah, bikhair, Khalid. How are you, brother? Last night was yesterday's show was interesting, right? Big up to Ralph for jumping on and for giving us some good, education and various different topics. Yeah, I'm sure everybody appreciates Ralph. Stella came on too. Who else do we have? Claire Hoare. King Aziz, big up to King Aziz, he jumped on at the start. Yeah, that was a nice addition to the show. Oh yes, we had Jordan too, and we had Gain and Khan. I suppose it was an interesting conversation. Well, various interesting conversations. Numerous interesting conversations. Yes. Alhamdulillah. How was your day, people? Rando Bando. How are you, brother? Nice to see you in the chat as well. And yeah, whoever wants to jump on, you're more than welcome. Walaikum salam, Kate. Online world is like therapy for people. They feel they can do whatever they like. Indeed. There is some positive to it. It gives people a chance to keep in touch with the outside world if they're feeling lonely. But it's when you fall in, get sucked into beef and squabbles and like fights, it gets a bit too much. Big up, Yani, says Rando. Wa alaikum salam, al-Bahith. Tend to watch these shows back as it's a bit late. Yeah. I had to remove last night's one, sadly, with great regret, due to getting one of these idiots that posted very inappropriate like images, so I had to take it down. But it was a good show, so what I'll do is I'll edit it out and then upload it again. The only problem is that the chat will be missing. The good thing though the good thing, however, is that I tend to highlight all of the comments in the chat as much as I can. So even though the chat may be missing in the live chat box, you should still be able to see it on the screen. Yeah, Al-Bahith, you get involved in some good conversations. You should, give us a flavor of what you've been talking about online, some of the most savory topics. Arsenal, alaikum salam, brother. Swinging by to give my greetings, bro. Yeah, thank you very much. It's good to see you, Arsenal. Rats and Asad as well. Yo. Yes, alaikum salam, brother, sister, wherever you are. Yeah. interesting. I suppose one interesting topic I had today was about the term practicing brother or practicing sister. Right? If somebody says that person is not a practicing sister, or that person is not a practicing brother, what does that mean? Is that something Muslims should be saying to each other? And I'm sure it has its place. Right? But I think Muslims, we tend to repeat what others around us say a lot of the time, believing that what's being said is part of the religion just because everybody else is just automatically doing it. But when we apply critical thinking, sometimes it's not necessarily the case. It's just people following the crowd. You get me? Muslims are not immune from following the crowd. And this is why I take exception to people who say, yeah, these are the dawah channels, and somehow they're immune from fault. These are still human beings. They're still susceptible to the same sins and desires and transgressions as everybody else. I suppose one difference is Islam gives us guidance and clear legislation as to what is permissible and what is not permissible, and what we should be aiming towards in how we live our lives. Whereas a kafir may not necessarily have that type of instruction for their daily activities. So, for example, backbiting is clearly haram for us. We're not supposed to speak ill of somebody or listen to another person being spoke ill about, are we? Yet we do. So if somebody does that mean they're backbiting? Yeah, that was a good point raised by Rando, isn't it? What we got here? 3 Muslim channels live tonight. Yeah, well, it's a Muslim channel as well. You know, what does that mean? A Muslim channel. Al-Bahith. Sorry, because I'm doing 2 things at once. I'll take a moment to read all the messages. People treat practicing or non-practicing as a binary. So it's either this or that, yeah, on or off. It should be, to what extent is a person practicing? Not sure if it should be a topic at all, to be honest. Well, it is a topic, and your opinion actually, I think, is agreeable. I mean, I don't see it as, I think it's a reasonable statement you've made. Hello.
Welcome, brother.
Alaikum salam. How are you getting?
How are you? You okay, brother?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad, brother. Not too bad. I won't stay long because I've got 35% of my mobile and I need to do Isha Salah soon as well.
Okay, mashallah.
Just waiting for my wife and kids to finish theirs in the prayer room. Then I'm going. I know I should do it together, but
yeah.
But,
before we
continue, I did mention Muslim channel. What do I don't. I don't even. I shouldn't really call it Muslim channels because it's not that.
We do though, don't we? I guess if it's a Muslim who
brother or sister, yeah.
Yeah, who runs the channel, then we will call it a Muslim channel.
But
even though much of the content isn't Islamic.
Hasn't been for a long time. These channels, just back and forth, fighting and beefing each other. It's like childish, so childish.
And
these guys
does
just
it
don't want to give in, do they? I mean, it's like does it take crew. It's like 2 months. Does it take 2-3 months to do this? I mean, come on. In real life,
embarrassing, bro. It's embarrassing.
Like, when really real life, you don't do 2-3 months if you have issues with somebody. You know what I mean? You either sort it out or you go your own way.
Yeah, that's true.
Grown-up adults. But anyway, interesting conversation. Is it yesterday or the other day with Ralph? You know.
Yeah, what do you think? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, in my honest opinion, I'm more interested in yours, but I'll give it anyway. From Jordan's questioning and my little input. To me, as a low IQ Muslim who isn't that smart or smartest tool in the box, can recognize a snake oil salesman when I see one. And someone who is an intelligent guy such as yourself doesn't see it that way. I know why you're doing it, because you just want to be friendly, and he hasn't sorted Islam. I get that, but it is, you can't be. He's got his own agenda, and I've listened to his answers to Jordan's question very carefully. And guy said he lied and pretended to be Islamophobe so he can get into the organization that he wanted to join. Okay. Now, my question is, my impression is that, fair enough. If you lied, your lie was very convincing. But I suppose, to make a good lie, you gotta be convincing. So I get it. But to do it on a camera and at your age and saying these things can affect you in your real life later on, when you, as you said, when you want to do something good, it might go against you because people might bring this up again, and it damages your character. No one's going to care whether you pretended or not, because it's not really, unless it's sanctioned by the government, it's not really required for you to do that. Or unless you are an investigative journalist, such as Vice or something, that you work for it, and undercover chef, things like that, then fair enough. But if you're just doing it to collect data for yourself or other people, then I don't think he needed to lie this hard to do that. And what's the purpose? And his data collection, who is it really benefiting? Who is he really working for? He wouldn't say. So I think it's all lies. I think it's all fabrication, just because he got kicked out of Mark Collette's party. He didn't have any support, and he wants to be nice to Muslim and use Muslim as a way of fighting his cause, because he knows that Muslims are also very conservative in thinking as well. This is why a lot of ethnics trying to pretend they like Muslims, because they think that we have similar mindset. Really, we might share one or two things with them, but most of the time we don't have similar mindset, because we're not racist and we're not ethnics. They forget that.
Muslims are ethnics.
How?
We've seen it online, bro. Nearly every Muslim I've seen online is an ethnet. Except Muslim, when they want to belong to the UK, right? Yeah, when they want to belong to the UK, they're a civnet suddenly. But prior to that, they're ethnet.
I'm talking about Islam, I should say.
For their home country, they're an ethnet.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. They don't realize that they are. That is true. They don't realize that they are close to ethnos themselves. But I'm talking about in Islam, generally speaking. When I say Muslim, I'm referring to Islam. We are not meant to be ethnos or racist.
And I suppose this is something that I've observed and I get annoyed about online. That Muslims are really offended when they speak to people like, I'm going to say a name, like Big Potatoes, etc. Yet they harbor the same beliefs, the exact same beliefs for their own country, for their home country.
I know, it's oxymoron, isn't it? I mean, I thought the same thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm from Bangladesh, and I like Bangladesh. I don't choose where I come from. Allah made you who you are, and the parents that you belong to, and the race that you are, and race and ethnicity, we can't deny it does exist in the world. We are different in skin color, but that doesn't mean that another race is better than your race, and your race is better than another race, just like our Prophet said, So yes, of course, you can be happy. I don't say, I wouldn't use the word proud that I am Bengali. I would never use that, because meaning of proud means like, how can you be proud of a land, as such, of a country? It doesn't mean anything. It's not a real person. So, and it's not really an achievement or anything like that. It's just you're born into a land which happens to be Bangladesh. So be it. But I'm happy Allah has given me life and given me the family that I have, and give me the upbringing that I have, even if it is Bangladesh. And I like Bangladesh culture, certain ways, and the food, and the weather. Those things I do like. But I wouldn't say I'm proud of any country. I'm just happy Allah has given us a life and somewhere to live, a roof over our head, things like that. You know what I mean? The health, those things, I'm happy. So I am just as a British person as I am Bengali. I am just as an Arab person as I'm Pakistani. Everything belongs to Allah, and I am part of Allah's creation. I might speak a different language from you, but let's say, if you didn't speak English, that is, we both speak English, so we speak the same language. But I'm just saying, if it was another language, I might speak different language from you, and I might have a different culture from you. But Islamically, and as a human, we're the same. I'm no different. I bleed inside, just like you bleed inside as well. I bleed red.
Mhm.
I don't want to waffle on, man.
No, no, you're not offering at all. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So,
This, and the truth, really, I mean, this is another baffling thing is people
yeah.
don't realize the definition of what's it like to be a nationalist. The real dictionary definition of nationalist, I'm sure you know, is when you think your nation is superior over another nation, and when you want your nation to do better than other nation. That's the English dictionary definition of it. But in our day-to-day use, is national means that you like your country more than Islam, perhaps, or things like that. And I don't think they do, in a sense. I just think that they're very um, patriot, or they think they are like Pakistan, or they think they like Bangladesh, but yet you live in England, yet you have a Bangladeshi passport, yet you speak English, but you probably can't read or write in your ancestors' language or your mom and dad form. You know what I mean? So how can you really be consider yourself like you're true nationalists? I don't think you can. I think these are just virtual signaling. They pretend. You know what I mean? When they go back to Pakistan, when they go back to Bangladesh, they're not. I'm not treated like a Bengali in Bangladesh. Actually, I'm not sure which country you're from, but wherever ancestors you're from, wherever sorry ethnic, yeah, your family from. When you go back to that country, I'm sure they call you a British or a Brittoni. When I go to Bangladesh, I am not recognized as Bengali. I am always known as Londoni. They call everyone Londoni some reason. Yeah.
Mm.
Or they call me a Britisher. Yeah. So even my
Yeah.
own, even the country that I'm born in and lived in since I was a child, even I need a visa to go to my own country that I'm
You
from.
need a visa.
Yeah, because I got a British passport. I don't have a Bangladeshi passport. You need a visa to travel.
Oh, you're not allowed dual citizenship?
I don't have dual citizenship. I'm not sure if you're allowed, but I don't have dual citizenship. What I have is what Bangladesh does offer is for non-resident Bengalis, like India, even if you're British, but if your parents are from Bangladesh or you were born in Bangladesh, you still need a visa, but you can have a long-term visa, so you can do multiple entries and stay as long as you want, but you still need a visa if you know what I mean.
So you're not entitled to anything in Bangladesh as a
No,
citizen because you're not a citizen.
well, that's a bit tricky. They recently changed the law now. If you're born in Bangladesh, like which I am, but even though I'm British,
Yeah.
technically I can still buy land because I was born in Bangladesh and my mom and dad are also born in Bangladesh. So that certifies me as an ethno Bangladeshi. You know what I mean? I am actually from that land, right? Not just
Mm.
from my mom and dad. I am actually born there, yeah? However,
Yeah.
my children, technically speaking, my children are born in England, yeah?
Mm.
To parents that are British Bengalis, yeah? So they need a visa to go Bangladesh, but they cannot buy or sell land in Bangladesh because even though they can only pass it on to one generation, like me, because I was born there, but my kids are not born there.
Mm.
So they made it tougher for foreigners to buy. Because what happens, a lot of foreigners do buy land and they hold on to it. They don't build it up. They don't do nothing.
Yeah.
And when the price goes up, they sell it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that increases the value of land prices and houses. So what they try to do is cut out these foreign rich guys who are not really interested in Bangladesh. They're just there for, temporarily making money and go back. So they just
Yeah.
want, which I can understand, but again, that's another form of protectionism, isn't it? It's another, ethno-nat protectionism. So I get it.
True.
I'm sure that's similar to in Middle East.
I don't know, bro. Possibly.
You're not going to say that. I think that's quite similar to many countries.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. So, okay, with regards to speaking to Ralph yesterday, Jordan made a few comments. He said, um, I'm not sure we should allow people like Ralph to feel comfortable on a Muslim channel.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on that?
I understand what Jordan M is saying, but at the same time, I think Aris Sid also did similar thing, if you remember, yeah. And I know I mentioned as well. And when Aris Sid used to jump on Faz, I did say I won't speak to Aristide until he apologizes, right? But
Mhm.
I tried not to cuss him or swear him off because that's not me. You know what I mean? I only do that if someone cusses me. You know what I mean? I don't start it off. Yeah, but I
Yeah.
won't speak to a guy. I won't speak to a guy who insulted Islam. You know, that's all I can do, or I jump off. But
Yeah.
I won't. You know, it's just if I cuss him off, then he's gonna cuss me back. Then he's gonna cuss Islam again. I don't want to
Yeah.
give the opportunity for him to insult Islam again, right? But let's say he
Okay.
started off cussing Islam, then of course I will say something and I'll cuss him off, or I'll move off. You know, I don't need to be around. You know
So
what I mean?
looking at
Because this.
yesterday, Ralph was not insulting Islam at all. Okay.
Mhm.
So
But I
should
didn't.
he
I
not?
didn't.
Should he be made to feel uncomfortable if he's behaving himself and being respectful?
I think you don't need to cuss or insult him. There's no need for that. But you can question him and you can quiz him. And once you're satisfied, you can move on to another subject. Or if you're not satisfied, then you don't have to share the same panel as him. You can jump off. You know, you're free to do that, and no one's going
Mm.
to hold it against you. You know, what I mean, if you're uncomfortable and if you think this is the best position that you want to hold, then yeah, jump off. Like I've done with many times with Banksy when he jumps on. I'm not interested. You know, I don't want to cuss him. I don't want to get into that singing match. It's not going to prove nothing. This is all internet. This is not, you know,
Mhm.
he's not in front of me. So
Yeah.
instead of me sinning, because also don't forget when we cuss, when we swear, we also sin. Yeah.
Mhm.
If you swear at somebody, unless it's you know you're sinning, unless it's for self-defense. Obviously, like he insulted you, tell him not to do it. He does it again, then I suppose there might be excuse that you just did it out of self-defense. But otherwise, yeah. What does the Sunnah and Sharia say about people who mocks Islam?
Well, it's not allowed to sit with people who are mocking the Deen. And if you remain seated with them, then you leave Islam. It's kufr. Okay, you become one of them. But hold on, somebody's trying to. Oh, here we go again.
I got cut off, man. Don't know why.
Oh yeah, I don't know, bro.
So
Maybe
what? Yeah.
StreamYard.
What does Sharia say about this? Doesn't it say to walk away until the subject changes?
Um, yeah, exactly. That's what the Sharia says. So do not sit in their company, or you will be one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And don't give them the opportunity to insult mothers and religion and anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Don't
that's
give them an
right.
excuse.
Agreed.
This is why we shouldn't insult other people's religion and this. And we can critique it. You can have a discussion about it, but don't insult other people's religion because you're giving them an opportunity. Because obviously they're going to be emotional towards their religion, and you're going to give them ammunition for them to insult Allah and our Prophet. So don't give them an excuse.
Some people, they can't take any type of criticism or discussion of their religion. They automatically feel offended and will throw insults, right? Like they get very sensitive.
That is true. That is true. But I don't understand some of those people who does that. I mean, some of them, I don't even know if they do the salah on time, or if they do salah, you know what I mean? I don't even know the lifestyle they're living. Is it pious Muslim lifestyle? You know, I get it. Everyone's emotion is different. Everyone's mentality is different, but you need to fix yourself up. You know, Allah is going to judge you. Fix yourself up before you try to correct others.
That's true. And I'm just wondering about.
But I got to admit that you have a lot of good self-control. There's a lot of time where I have joke with you, basically. I cussed you, and you still restrain yourself. So I appreciate that. In the past.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the moment to unleash it back at you. That's all.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I don't even remember
end of the day,
that, to be honest.
That's good. But sometimes we do it out of joke. There's times when I'm, you know, you can tell it's banter sometimes, but a lot of time, you know, our brothers do and sisters do take it seriously.
Yeah, that's right.
The thing is it really benefiting anybody? All these things, what are you getting out of it? That's you know, I mean, I don't get it. What is it? What is this drama everyone likes watching? You can only do it for so long. I don't.
Do you
I
think
don't
there's
really
a lot of double standards?
Maybe I'm the crazy one here. I don't get this.
Yeah, we know that you are. So That's a given. But I was going to say like that we also have a lot of double standards, don't we?
Definitely,
Um,
definitely.
I mean, every one of us has double standards and hypocrisy. The It's just the extent to which we have it. Right? We that's why Allah warns us from it. Allah said in the Quran, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا لم تقولون ما لا تفعلون. Do you know what this means?
I don't speak Arabic, brother, but go ahead.
Okay. كبر مقتا عند الله أن تقولوا ما لا تفعلون. O you who believe, why do you say that which you don't do? It is a major thing in the sight of Allah that you say that which you don't do. So this is Islam stresses
Hypocrisy,
the importance of integrity, being what you claim to be about.
Practice what you preach, basically.
Practicing what you preach, exactly.
Yeah. And I do adhere to that statement, because hypocrisy, munafiqeen, is major sin. You know, it's one of the worst of the worst, in a sense, right? Well, it is. And I try to refrain myself from it. You know, I try not to contradict myself, or intentionally anyway, and say things that I don't do. You know what I mean? I try to refrain from that much as I can. There might be occasionally where I say things, but that might be more or at the heat of the moment, as a joke. But on a serious note, I try to refrain from these things, on not just on internet, on every daily life. And I keep my word. If I tell somebody something, or if I make a promise, or if I say something, then I try to keep it. You know, I hate breaking promises, and I only make promises that if I'm capable of keeping it. And I only say things that if I can capable of doing it, or you know, standing by it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't make false promises. You know, if I can't do something, I tell the brothers and sisters in real life, or my relatives, family, whatever. Look, you know, I don't think I'm able to do that, or I can't. You know, I mean, no, everyone can't do everything for everybody. So at least the thing is, I learned in Bangladeshi culture and Asians as well. They do tend to say things and they never fulfill it, and it bugs me. And, you know, I mean, that's one of the worst things I find in our culture as well. Within my people, when I mean my people, I'm talking about Bangladeshi community, friends, relatives, things like that. They say things, but sometimes they just go against, or just say it for sake of saying it. You know what I mean? Just be true. No one's going to look down on you if you speak the truth.
Yeah. And so, I mean, some people, they'll come on and say, don't speak to this person. They're an Islamophobe. They said this and this about your religion. But then they've done the same on their channel. They've spoken to worse people or just as bad people.
I think, from my understanding,
and they made them feel comfortable. They made them feel very comfortable.
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
So how's that work?
I don't know. And also, like, you know, this person said that person said that, but you do the same thing. You know, you're also part of the Chinese whisperer community as well. Was. Yes, I find it weird why people do that. But I think it's a lot to do with psychology. As you said, some of them probably are not as confident in real life, or probably not much going for them, and this is their way of trying to get some credibility, or try to, you know, make them feel better. I think a lot of them actually. I mean, I'm not friends with anybody because I don't know you in real life. How can I be friends with you? I don't know you. I respect you for however you treat me. Of course, I will give you the same kind of respect. But I'm not after like clicks or someone to like me, or cater for them so I'm liked. I'm just gonna be myself. You know, I'll say what I can, and I say it when I feel like it. If you don't like it, tough. I'm not here to cape for anybody. And this is what I respect about you, is that you try not to cape for anybody. You are yourself. You either like it or you don't. And I don't see why people should dislike somebody who hasn't really insulted anybody or said anything wrong, except that he's speaking his opinion. That's all. People take it too seriously. That's the issue here, and they want the likes and the clicks and you know what I mean, the click as well. You know, groups. I don't go to Discord. Everyone knows I'm not in part of Discord. I'm not part of the hangouts. You know, this is just enough for me, just to have a little few hours of watching this, or having conversation with people, just to pass me of time, and that's about it. You know, I get on with the rest of my life. I won't let my real life interfere with these things. I mean, you must have seen me write a message. I'm at work. I only pop down 5 minutes and I'm off back to work again. Or I go do something in my house. Or I go out. I won't let obviously, don't let internet mess with your real life. It's it's becoming like this in society. People are spending too much time on this.
How have you maintained that balance? And give some advice. Yeah.
Ask yourself this question before you discover this YouTube world and this Discord or Hangout. What was you doing before? Right? And whatever you was doing before, what was wrong with it? Was you not happy then? Was you not doing something? Was you not active in your life then? And if you were, then you need to go back to that life again. Yeah. But if you weren't, then I suggest that you look into yourself and find a hobby, find real life, go and socialize with real people.
So you're suggesting to completely abandon YouTube and Hangouts? Is that what you're saying?
If it affects you,
if it affects you, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If it doesn't affect you, like it doesn't really
that's
affect
not my
you,
question. I think what I'm really asking you is, you're talking about how you're able to balance between your work life, your family life, and this. Yeah. So what tips would you give people so that they can balance it as well?
If you're on it more often than you should be, then take time out slowly. I mean, I know you probably cannot do it straight away. Yeah. But little step at a time, just like giving up fags or cigarettes or any other bad habits you have. Sometimes it's very difficult to give it up straight away. So, instead of spending, let's say 5 hours or 4 hours on the internet, spend 3 hours and the next day spend 2 hours. Slowly phase it out and do other things. Get a hobby. Gym is open now. Or, you can go out, you can socialize with friends and families now. Lockdown is kind of finished. Yeah. Watch, even if you have to watch TV, watch Netflix. I'm sure there's some good documentaries, a good show you can watch on Netflix than spending and watching 4 hours of people fighting and crazy talk. Yeah. So I'm sure that is still better than listening to this. Not this show, not your show, obviously, but other shows. You know what I mean? So slowly move away. Slowly. That's what I say.
Yeah, that's a good tip. Sudden changes in life are hard to maintain, aren't they? Like if all your life or for a long time you've been smoking cigarettes and you say, okay, tomorrow I'm not smoking ever again. You're not likely to maintain that. You'll probably end up falling back, right?
Yeah, this is why I even tried it. Because I was a smoker and I really needed to give it up. Because when I was younger, when I was smoking, because I was doing a lot of exercise by fighting and this and that, it kind of gave me the balance. I was getting, I was still strong and stamina was still there because I was training, right? And as you know, a lot of people, they can still maintain that good health even if you're smoking, but because you're doing more exercise, you're doing a lot of physical activity, it kind of balances it out. Yes. But as you get older, your body start slowing down. Your metabolism, you're fighting diseases and other illness and this and that. Yeah, your body, your cells, everything. The scientific way, it slows down. So you need to cut out the bad habits. So this is why I used to smoke, let's say 10, 15 in the old days, but now I only smoke 2, 3 a day, and most of the time I'm vaping. Even though vaping isn't perfect, but it is still much better than cigarettes, because obviously cigarettes contain so many pollution, so many chemicals compared to vaping.
One moment, Mr. Dave or Omar Sheikh, whatever your name is, you need to show your camera or switch on your microphone so I can hear you.
No problem. Brother, listen, I'm going to leave you. I think my family's finished their salah. I'm going to do mine, yeah? I'll come back later on, inshallah.
Okay, again, thanks, brother.
Thank you very much. Yes, catch you.
So Mr. Dave is gone, because, I'm not sure if it's going to be the same as yesterday. That wasn't a good thing that happened yesterday. All right, people, time to party. Just kidding. Now that Gain is gone, we can speed up the, what's it called? The pace? No? Just kidding. No, big up to Gain all day. Is one of my favorite people on YouTube. Anyhow, what have I missed in the chat? Anything interesting? Oh gosh, Al-Bahith, you say some not very nice comments about our guests. At least they bother to jump on the panel, unlike yourself. What are you scared of, Al-Bahith? Why don't you jump on? Nikki Travis, yes, brother or sister, whatever you are. Still don't know what you are. You know, it's been a long time. Allahu Akbar. Al-Bahith says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry for you as well. I don't have much to contribute. Well, try, isn't it? Like, tell me something that you read in the papers, maybe, or something that you find interesting. Joe Bez says, "Rrr." Yeah, I just typed anything in the title of the show. I didn't have a particular topic. Trying to open this drink, you know, these little carton drinks. The straw is missing. I have to find a way to open it, and I don't have scissors with me. Not sure what you all would do. I suppose I could use a key. I'm trying to use my hand, and it's just not opening. Nah, it's not opening. And plus, if I was to open it, I'm sure it would spill out. I have to use my teeth. All right, who we got? Al-Bahith says, I'm sorry, I don't have much to contribute. Get Rando in, please, I beg you. Yeah, okay, jump on Rando. You know, I don't know why you're not jumping on. These are people who have so much to say in Discord, right? But when it comes to YouTube, they're acting shy. Why are they so shy? Brittany has asked for her father to be charged with conservatorship abuse. Breaking news, all right, whatever that is. Can somebody explain to me what conservatorship means? Like, let me see if I can guess what that might mean. Conserve, it means to like preserve something or to protect it. Okay, conservator. Perhaps a conservator is somebody that's looking after your interests, right? They have to make sure you don't waste your wealth. I suppose that's what it means. I'm guessing he's like a trustee for her property and wealth. Maybe he's squandered it. Maybe is that what's happened? Today, date: Turkish government nearly had a coup. Really? It's interesting. We'll have to ask Carnito about that. Maybe he can somehow insert himself into the mix there to be the next leader of Turkey. Reactionary, do you cycle? I'm thinking of cycling for pleasure, but not on the road. I want to ride on the trek trails. Yeah, I bought myself a bike a couple years back. It was an aluminium. I managed to get this open, by the way. Alhamdulillah. It was an aluminium bike, and it was a gravel bike? There's different types of bikes. If you want to know, I could tell you all about them because I really done so much research into which bike I wanted to buy. And look, when you're going to spend a lot of money on something, you need to really research what product you're going to get before you spend that money so that you don't regret afterwards thinking, if only I spent a bit of time, I could have got that product for the same price. So that's what I do. I look around and research. But sometimes I do too much research, especially when something is not too expensive. But you can get a bike up to like £10,000 for a bike. There's one French company that makes bikes. They got a nice website. It's really nice. So you can choose all the components and everything, and they make it for you. And then it's like a configurator, what you see on those car websites. And it's like £12,000 for the bike. No. Yeah, trying to drink without a straw here. Adam Hoffa Jr., who are you, says Rando. How's your dad? He still lives in Iran, reactionary. Someone called Dad. Get Sheikh Rando, please. Ship is a large sea vessel. I'm sure you've all heard the term vassal state, like a vassal state. What does that mean? I know what a vessel is, like a ship, as was mentioned there, but what's a vassal? You had a complaint last year about cycle groups being a bit racist. So I'm thinking you cycle for pleasure. Yeah, I was demonstrating how that particular website and a lot of what we see in the cycling industry is only represented by white people. Yeah. They'll express diversity when it comes to females and even disabled people, but you don't see any diversity when it comes to black people or other people of color. So that was the video I did. Cycling magazine. They have so many magazines, one for mountain bikes, one for racing bikes, gravel bikes, e-bikes, but they don't have a single person of color on any of those like distributions or publications. Anniversary of the Turkish coup. Okay, Eribi, thank you. Rando, what's app? Jump on the panel, blood. Reaction, you are iPhone or an Android user looking to get a new phone? I cannot comment on that because, well, my current phone is a Android, but I haven't upgraded since what, 2000 and I think it's 2000 and, boy, I don't know. It's been a few years I haven't upgraded my phone. So I can't make any suggestions for you on the phone. But when I went to the shops, they were showing me this Z Fold 2. I almost got the Z Fold 2. It's pretty cool. But I didn't get it because it wasn't water resistant or guaranteed to be water resistant. So I said, no, I'll leave that alone. What else was there? But I guess some of the functionality and features that are doing well on phones now is 5G, and you've got the refresh rate of the screen. So you're looking at 120 hertz as a standard now. I'm looking for a full suspension mountain bike. I drive too, so I won't be one of those horrible riders that annoy drivers. Yeah, not 10K, that's too much. My budget is 1K because I'm just starting. Yeah, 1K will easily get you a bike, and mountain bikes are generally cheaper than road bikes. So yeah, get yourself a mountain bike. I suggest getting yourself an electric one if you're just starting out, an e-mountain bike, right? Because you can ride it both manually and with a bit of electric assistance. So yeah, that's a way forward. Hello.
Hello, mate.
Hey, you're right.
I'm all right. How you doing? You all right?
Not bad, not bad.
It's Carnito.
Carnito. All right, mate. Good to have you on board.
Leaders over there with Ugly Danny, Fat Danny. What a state of a human being he is. They were showing us his spiders. He's got tarantulas bigger than your hand. Very scary.
Is it?
Lakeem was loving it. He seemed to be into it. I was like, oh, I don't want to see it. Yeah, man, I like bikes too. I've always had a bike ever since I was a child. I don't feel comfortable unless I've got at least one bike. Because you know what I mean? Something could happen, like they could run out of petrol, or like something could happen where like we need to just use bikes. So I always have a bike in the case of an emergency. You know?
You're like a prepper.
Yeah. I think you need to have a bike, you know?
When I was in America, you go in the supermarket like Walmart, they've got a row of magazines, and right in front of you, like in the UK, you'll see like the Radio Times as the most prominent magazine. Their most prominent one was Prepping Times, or for preppers, people who are preparing for the end of the world.
Yeah. It's probably like a hobby, a really big hobby, or a pastime.
Actually, you need a hair transplant. Don't get that one there. Yes, they did. It says why so. Yes, who did what? What are you talking about? So, Khan, what are your thoughts about yesterday's conversation? Anything to add on that, or
yesterday's conversation regarding
with Ralph and Jordan? Or did you miss that?
Yeah, I sort of missed that.
Okay, no worries.
I need to go on mute for about 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll be here though.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Right, no problem.
Cool.
So electric bike. Okay, I'll look into it. Thanks. Yeah. So look for e-bikes or look for an mountain bike, and you could do a search on YouTube. There's that channel that I was criticizing for their lack of diversity. Right? They've got an e-bike magazine. Now, what type of when you buy a bike, there's a number of features you want, right? You want the frame. That's one thing. And the real difference with the frame from one type to another is going to be the weight of the frame, right? You want a light frame or as light a frame as possible, but the lighter you go, the more expensive it will be. Generally, the most expensive frames are carbon frames, but I wouldn't suggest you buy a second-hand bike if it's a carbon one, because it could well be broken or damaged and you wouldn't be able to tell. And it's not possible to repair them. Well, generally, it's not economically repairable, shall I say. So go for something like an aluminium bike because it's lighter than steel. And what else? Yeah, you're going for a double suspension. That's good. And there are a couple of brands that are popular for the gears. You've got Shimano and what was the other one? SRAM. Yeah, Shimano and SRAM. For mountain bikes, there might be more, but a lot of people are saying don't bother with mountain bikes, go for gravel bikes. Gravel bikes are like a cross between a mountain bike and a road bike. But I think if you're starting out, go for a mountain bike. Yeah, you won't regret it, I don't think. So Shimano, yeah, they've got Ultegra. If I remember the what was the other company? The other company was called SRAM. Yeah, SRAM. They've got something called Apex, ETAP. But for mountain bike, they got their own range of gears, which is like an adaptation of those. Okay, what else we got here? I see cycle groups that ride in groups. The ones where people pay a $5 or something a month just to link up and ride in a group, and they're not diverse in ethnicity. Yeah, well, if you're ethnically diverse, then join the group. See if they welcome you. Yeah. 100% electric bike. Okay, I read that already. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. Alaikum salam. Playing a recording is like a premiere. I wouldn't call it live as in open panel. Amy Louise says it was a good convo. Are you referring to yesterday's, yeah? Or something else? What do you think of fencing, says Tyann. Yeah, fencing is important if you want to maintain separation between your garden and your next door neighbor's garden. Yeah, so fencing is a good idea. But there's a sport called fencing you may be interested in too, which is what I think you're really referring to. And I'd say, yeah, what a fantastic sport. But you need to wear that protective clothing. And there's a couple of different types of blades you might use. One's called a saber, and the other one is called something else. I don't remember. Yeah, but get into it. Fencing is good. Yeah, it's good. Get Rando, Lakeen, and all Pal Talk lots. You get them for me, Adam Hoffer. Round them up for me. I mean, I dropped the link. I invited them on. They're not coming on. Well, I can't do anything more than that.
Reactionary.
Yes, brother.
A friend of mine was into a very interesting sport, which was Japanese sword. It wasn't like dueling or like kendo. It was more like ceremonial cutting. So they would practice with a very heavy wooden sword, and then once they were like sufficient and they weren't likely to cut themselves, they switched to a proper like katana blade.
Yeah.
And then they practice on like straw men and like slicing pieces of paper and things like that. Really interesting.
Yeah. I've seen that as well. And they cut those. It's like a brown roll of, I don't know what you call it.
Yes.
it's like if you can cut through that, you can cut through a human body.
Really
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah, I watched some documentaries on that about Japan. There's also archery, traditional Japanese archery. That's a good thing too.
Yeah, they actually have archery tournaments on TV, and the Turkish countries usually do quite well because it's like a very important sport to Turkish people. Even in the women, like the women have their own team. I think the Koreans are good at it as well. I have that same historical interest in archery. Yeah, I love archery. Yeah.
Would you say 1K is enough to buy a new mountain bike?
To be honest, who wants a mountain bike?
Russell Assad.
Go to Argos, but there's a 27-inch bike with no suspension. It's a road bike, so it's got like thin tires, a mountain bike type frame. It's about 120 pounds. Yeah, that's the cheapest bike I've seen, like, which is actually a quality bike as well. 120 pounds, you'd be on the road cycling. You need a D-lock and a helmet as well. But, yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem with bikes. They get stolen, and those locks aren't much help.
The best way is to not really have a bike that's worth stealing.
Yeah.
Don't go and get a £2,000 bike.
Yeah, unless you just go riding on the weekends and you don't plan to use it regularly for commuting or anything. Yeah.
I have two bikes at the moment. I have a folding bike, which is very good because if you want to drive half the distance and cycle half the distance, you can fold the bike and put it in the boot. And I have a bike which I actually found. I found a bike, which is like a road bike.
Yeah.
It needs a little rust thingy remover on the chain.
Yeah.
But apart from that, it's fully functional and it's actually a really good ride on it. I changed the seat for it. I've got one of those, those leather seats with the big springs on the back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But the good thing about it doesn't have any suspension. So then all the energy from my body will go straight through the bike to the ground without any kind of bending or any dampening effect.
Yeah.
I think the suspension, to be honest, just adds more weight to the frame and takes away leverage that you might have when you're cycling as well. So I would advise people to avoid suspension bikes. Yeah, unless you're going to go on a downhill slalom kind of like high speed race downhill, But
what's your gear set?
Shimano.
Which one?
I'll show you in a minute. Let me just go on mute for a second. I'll go outside and show you my bike.
Cool. Yep, I have a folding. Another. Okay, Adam Hoffa, you're so polite, aren't you? I know who you are. I think I know who you are, Adam. I think we spoke earlier today, didn't we, on one of the Discord servers? Yeah, alhamdulillah, that juice is really nice. Alhamdulillah. Mountain bike was invented in Marin County, California, so I heard. Well, there's a brand called Marin mountain bikes. So, yeah. I think, what's the name? Khan mentioned Argos. So there's price ranges for general, basic users of bikes. It starts off with a price range for Argos, right? That's like the lowest level or entry level bikes. And then once you progress from Argos, you got brands like Halfords. After Halfords, you're going to go to something like Decathlon. And from there, you go to Evans bicycles.
Yeah. Evans.
Yeah.
Now you're starting to get
a little bit more expensive.
And then there's Specialized.
That's a brand,
specialised
yeah.
in-
That's just one brand.
Make good bikes, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Giant. And then
Giant's good. Yeah, Giant's good.
yeah.
For road bikes,
then
Giant's very good.
Okay. Let me show you my 2 bikes that I've got. Yeah, these are the ones I'm actually using
All
at
right.
the moment. One sec. You don't want to see my Apple mug. Change the camera to back camera. Still getting used to my new iPhone.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it working? Yeah.
Yep.
So this is the bike I actually found, right?
Okay.
This is the seat that I bought. Good make. It's got the
Mhm.
springs there, and I added the quick release as well. So when I go anywhere, I just take the seat out, and then it deters people from stealing a bike with no actual
Yes.
seat. But I'm going to take off all these stickers. They're coming off. So it's going to look nice and
You said you
plain.
found it, yeah? You found
Yeah,
it.
leaning up against the wall.
So someone lost it then.
No, I was standing there for about half an hour waiting for someone to come, and no one came. So,
All right.
yeah, so I just thought they must have just dumped it, because where I live is quite posh, and people leave things out to be recycled or used by other people.
Yeah.
All right. So this is my folding bike now. One sec. This bike is like, I prefer this one. It's got small little wheels, little folding little jobby. It's got like.
Yeah. You ride that?
Yeah.
MashaAllah.
Yeah. It's got my little bag on there to put my keys in and that. Obviously, it's got all the lights with it as well. Like,
it's not a Brompton, is it?
No, it's not. It's not.
Mm.
It's not.
Brompton's become a real popular brand now. They've done a.
I put these stickers on myself. If you like an energy drink. Yeah. Yeah. But like, you definitely need the D-lock. Get one of these proper ones.
Mm.
Yeah. These are my new tires. They haven't even been used yet.
Mm-hmm.
I had the white wall tires on there. They look really nice with the Skyways.
Yeah.
A little back to the youth days. Yeah.
Well, now's a good time of year for cycling.
Yeah.
Good weather for it. It's supposed to be anyway. We keep having rain all the time. But
my little helmet. You're gonna need a helmet like this. No, like I don't want to go for an expensive one. So I've just got this from Halfords. Should get one of these. Never know what's gonna. Never risk riding without protection. Never risk it. Yeah, cycling. It's amazing. It's amazingly good fun.
You ride in a group or on your own?
These are the kids' bikes. This is my little son's bike. And my older son's got the suspension bike. This suspension bike's got an aluminium frame. I got it from Tesco's Direct for like 80 quid. And you can't get a bike this good for 80 quid. Because it's got the front and back suspension, the aluminium frame. And it was, I forget how many inches the wheel is. I think it's 16 inches on the wheel. Yeah, that was a really good bargain. I got an equivalent one from Halfords. It wasn't even aluminium. And it cost about 140, 160. So I don't know how that worked out, but Tesco's was literally giving bikes away at one point. But at the moment, that bike that I showed you, the red one, there's an equivalent one to that on Argos for 120. This one here, when I first found it and I looked it up, it was 150.
Yeah.
So I don't think you need to spend more than that, really. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To be honest, for a beginner.
Emem said it's pronounced Halfords, not Halfords.
Halfords. Halfords. Whatever way, innit? But you know what? I'll tell you something. The staff that works in Halfords and on their bike section, second to none. Really nice people. They do services, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Lovely people. Sometimes they don't even charge me for stuff, you know. Really nice.
Yeah, I found a lot of bike shop stuff helpful, to be honest.
Yeah,
Unusual to get bad service.
definitely. Show us your bike then.
I can only show you those Boris bikes right now because that's the only thing that's next to me.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not cycling right now. It's just that people in the chat were asking about it. So.
Mm.
Now I've got a BMC. It's called a BMC. Oh yeah, Trek is another brand, isn't it? Trek is another brand.
Trek, yeah.
I got a BMC gravel bike.
Right. Let me look it up. I can get the iPad out.
Yeah, it's old though. It's not new.
We might not
It's
find
got
it in
a Shimano 105 gear set. It's not the best.
I'm going to upgrade everything on that bike, the one that I found. I'm going to change the gears at the back on the back cog, the rear cog. I'm going to change it. Basically, I'm going to change up everything on that bike.
You're actually showing his Lamborghini Diablo.
BMC. What's it called? BMC what?
BMC. Bravo Mike Charlie.
Yeah.
So I think that's sorry. I think it's Austrian. I think that's an Austrian brand.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. BMC mountain bike.
Mine's a gravel bike. Yeah.
Oh, right.
So it's a cross between a road bike and a mountain bike, so like in between.
Okay.
If you want a nice, expensive road bike, go for something called a Pinarello. Yeah.
Who's suggesting that?
Huh?
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, Pinarello. They've got some nice looking bicycles, road bikes. Really.
I'm wondering what a gravel bike is, to be honest.
Yeah, it's almost like a mountain bike, but it's like thinner tires.
Is your handlebars the same as the one I just showed you, or has it got like racer type handlebars?
So gravel bike has got.
Is it called Apex?
Yeah, Apex is SRAM. No, that's just a brand for the gear.
Right.
Mine's Shimano.
Okay. Well, these are quite pricey, Reactionary.
Yeah. How much are they?
They're going up to like $6,000.
Yeah, they're the carbon fiber ones, I think.
Right. I got one here. It says BMC Track Machine 02 one track bike 2020 black 1,500. Shall we have a look at that?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Let's get that one up. Seems like a nice mid-range. Actually, it's a really stunningly gorgeous bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not a gravel bike though. That's a road bike.
Okay. Let me find a gravel bike then.
Yeah. Sorry, people, about the chat. There's some troll that's using obnoxious names, targeting people. So apologies. If there's any mods in the chat that can deal with it, that'll be great. Much appreciated.
Well, is this what you're talking about? A gravel bike, it says.
Yes, correct.
And what's the difference? How can you notice the difference?
All right. So the tires are thicker.
Right.
The handlebars, they're less downward facing, so they're a little bit higher up and a little bit wider out, rather than you know that C shape of the handlebars.
Is this the kind of price we should be looking at? 8,600.
That so the 8,000. That means it's going to be carbon. You confirm for me, all right? Without me looking, you can tell me if I'm right. That's going to be a carbon fiber frame. It's going to be the gear set, or the group set as it's called, is going to be. Is it Shimano or SRAM? Which one is it?
This one's SRAM.
All right, so it's going to be SRAM ETAP. ETAP is electric change of gears. So
Yes,
it's like fly-by-wire.
It says red ETAP.
Red ETAP, yes.
Yeah.
So
yes,
that's why it's so expensive. And it's going to have leather. What type of tires is it? Is it leather tires? I can't remember.
Really?
Shark leather. Yeah.
Shark leather tires?
Something like that. Yeah, you got some
holy hell
tires out there.
Let's have a look. It has a specific stem, Easton EC70AX stem. The tires, I don't know, it says 38T cassette.
How many gears?
It's just so much information. But for £8,000, you're going to need all that.
So the problem is, right, with these bikes, I'll tell you one of the biggest problems, the reason the prices go up so high is because of these ride to work schemes, right? Ride to work schemes where they help you buy bikes with, you know, like a loan or interest-free loan and stuff. So that means there's more, when companies see, oh, you've got access to funds, they put the prices up. That's what they do.
Yeah.
If they didn't have those, you know, right to work schemes, the prices would be a lot lower and more competitive. There's a good brand of bike you might be interested in. Actually, it's a UK brand.
Does this bike come without pedals?
Probably.
What's
you normally
the point of that?
select the pedals that you want, right? Because everyone's got their own preference for pedals.
Wow, they're selling bikes without pedals because you're going to go and buy your own pedals.
Yeah.
Why do you want to select your own pedals? Because they connect to the shoes, right?
Yeah.
Wow, this is like on a different level. I thought I was cool with my little folding bike. This is on another level.
You told me you got this sick bike and you're talking about Argos for 110. Yeah. I was like, what is this guy talking about? I didn't say nothing, but you know, I just thought, okay.
You're taking cycling to a whole nother level here.
Yeah.
Damn.
And you can check out some gravel biking tournaments as well. They're pretty cool.
Here we have a BMC hybrid electric bike.
Yeah.
3,800.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That's about the price of a car.
Yeah. Yeah, used car, definitely.
Wow,
But it's electric. It's hybrid electric, so you can charge it. It gives you a bit of power.
You won't want to tie that up outside the gym and go in for a.
Of course not. No way.
Wow.
Sorry about the background noise here.
So what kind of events do you do with these kind of like with this kind of equipment?
Cross country type stuff. Not as severe terrain as a mountain bike, but you know, with a road bike, you can't take that off road. It has to stay on, you know, level road. The moment you take it on the grass and the mud and stones, you're in trouble. So gravel bikes are like a reasonable in between. You can take it off the road. You can take it across the common or down a riverside or something.
Right.
They're good in that sense.
I get you. Seems like traditional mountain bikes are out the window.
Yep. Actually is a coconut. Yeah, thank you. Get more soon. Jealousy's a disease.
Wow, you really taught me something today, React.
Yeah, if you want any help buying a bike, I can talk you through, you know, good options, but they're not cheap.
I was just going to talk to the guy in Halfords, man. I was going to see what he was saying. Didn't realize
Halfords it is a step up from
finding bikes on the street.
Oh, that too, yeah.
But that was a good find, I thought. Like,
yeah, of course, bro.
I was proud of that.
What you should do is clean it up, sell it. Yeah, see how much you get for it. Let's make sure you can check. Is there a number on it, and is it registered on the police database? Stolen.
I'm really gonna check.
Another thing you can do is look on Facebook.
Do you know what I was going to do with it?
Marketplace on Facebook.
I'll tell you what I can do with it. Because the person who obviously left it there realized that the money you need to spend on it, it's not worth it, because like obviously if the bike's only worth 150, by the time you change the rear cog, which is rusted, the chain, which is rusted, right? Yeah. You're already into the bike for 40 quid already. Like that's just half the value of it there already, right? Yeah. But I was thinking, you know what, I'm going to upgrade the rear cog, get a nice clean chain, and then maybe get those thingy handlebars. You know those really wide handlebars. Have you seen them? They look like horns of those. You know those bulls with the what I don't know what they're called. Those really big handlebars, right?
Yeah.
American style ones, like a cruiser.
Yeah.
So I was going to get those handlebars, the cruiser handlebars on it, and then maybe add some, you know, those classic looking sort of mud guards.
Yeah.
The ones that completely cover the wheel, like not the BMX style ones, but the actual ones that look like they go on the old Chitty Chitty Bang Bang style.
Yeah.
You get me? Like that. I don't know if I'm describing it correctly, but
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I was like going to create something like, you know, very specific to my taste. So I was just going to buy all the parts, take it up to Halfords and say to me, I'll just fix it.
You know what? Ultimately, right, the main thing is you've got a bike and you ride it. That's better than having the most expensive bike and not ever using it. So
exactly.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you can check on what's it called, eBay or Amazon. They've got these Chinese are making good bikes these days too. They're really becoming competitive, and they're very good prices. You can get them on Alibaba, and some people import them and sell them on Amazon. They've got a brand called Twitter Bike. Can you believe it? Twitter Bike. They've also got Eurobike, but they're Chinese. Why is this here?
Do you like my little folding bike though?
Yeah, those are fantastic.
That is so handy.
Yep. Yeah, they are. And you get electric ones of those now too, so that's pretty cool. And you can electrify your own bike as well. If it's not already electric, you can electrify it.
But the motor is inside the wheel, isn't it?
Yeah, you get kits to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it costs roughly about £1,000.
Oh gosh. Yeah. So yeah, I thought the fitna was over, and it seems to have started back again today.
What do you mean?
Like these channels have kind of come back attacking each other. Yeah.
Oh, how comes?
I don't know. No idea, mate.
Oh.
One of those days. But it seems like the momentum's died down. I may be wrong, but I didn't actually bother watching any of them. So, but people were talking about it on Discord. Yes.
All right. Well, maybe they need another couple of extra days to get out their system. I think the person who walks away first will look like the better person. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. Well, one person did walk away, but then they came back. So.
Oh yeah.
What's the point of walking away if you're gonna walk back?
Oh well.
Yes, their choice.
Let the games begin.
Yes. Get your tickets. Roll up.
Get your popcorn.
Yeah. It's a beautiful night, though. The sky's clear, crispy air. It's really nice. The moon. You could tell we're at the sort of start of the month because the moon is like the right side of it is. I don't know what you call it. The shape of it.
Crescent.
Yeah, crescent. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's see what's going on in the comment section, man.
Yeah.
Amy Louise, Queen J. I don't. Let me not read that one. I don't think it was me. It's probably someone trying to make me think it's her. Amy's always. I didn't actually read it out fully, but
Yeah.
That's how I read.
Just read it out anyway.
That's how I read.
Jacko Radio says, didn't think anyone could hate on you, King J, but I'm not going to read the rest. Okay, actually, what trainers you got on? Not the orange ones, Amy Louise.
Oh no, the Yeezys. Oh, God almighty.
You can zoom in the moon with the Nikon Canon P1000 camera. Thank you, John Lewis, for your
That's not the real
sales.
John Lewis.
Advertising there. Yeah. Yo, reactionary. I'm on Evan's website, and there's a full suspension bike for £600. The brand is Mongoose.
Good make. Mongoose is a good make.
Yeah, maybe it's good for mountain bikes.
You know
I'm not
what's
an
a good
expert
make,
on mountain
though?
bikes.
GT.
Yeah.
Look up GT bikes.
For mountain bikes.
Yeah.
Now go for Trek. Look for Trek. See what prices you get for Trek. Giant is good.
Yeah, Giant.
Yeah, try Giant and Trek.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Ahlan wa sahlan ya Turk, says Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan.
Is he talking to me?
Probably. Unless there's a Turk in the chat.
Nah.
It's never ending with John Lewis, LOL. Mongoose is alright, says Samaru.
Can we get a translation on that? Yeah, Ahlan.
Oh, Ahlan wa sahlan is like you're welcome. Take it easy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ahlan wa sahlan. We learned something today.
The root of Ahlan is from Ahl. Ahl is you're like family to me. If you say that to somebody, you're it means you're welcome. Yeah. Like Ahl Bayt.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
And Sahlan is the same word.
It means easy. Sahl means easy. So take it easy, and feel welcome. Yeah.
Where'd you learn all this stuff, man?
Yeah, just picked it up, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, Jacko Radio. Jordan M is a big fan of yours.
Not it.
I'm not a big fan of Jacko Radio too. I remember Jacko Radio done an unbecoming video of me, so, but I've never really seen any of Jacko Radio's other videos, so I don't know what. He's done it to me. He must have done it to other people.
All right. While I'm on here, let me say some highs and hellos, and as we say in the YouTube scene, big ups. If you like that sort of time.
Big ups don't equal endorsements or whatever the thing.
All right, shout outs. Shall I do some shout outs? All right.
Go ahead.
Big up to man like Red. Yeah. Big up yourself. Big up to brother Samaroon. You know who you are, Samaroon. You're G. Ibrahim 783. Does he get a big up? I don't know. I'm 50-50 still. Say something nice to me, Ibrahim. Pick me up a little bit sometimes, maybe. Amy Louise definitely gets a big up. And hugs and kisses. Big up yourself. Sweet Amy.
Hugs and kisses, bro. Like,
man. Yeah.
He's Muslim, you know. You don't talk to women like that, bro. Don't talk to Muslim women like that.
With affection. She's my sister, man.
Okay.
I'm too old for her. I'm well too old for her.
I won't press you on that one.
I'm too old for everyone now. I'm past it, mate.
Look at that comment.
I just stick to my cycling.
Yeah. What's this? Reaction, your thoughts on the recent news of Boris Johnson passing away? Is that a joke?
Boris Johnson passed away?
Yeah, is that a joke?
I don't know. I have to drive for the iPads. Boris.
Don't joke about things like that, fam.
Boris dead.
Because it's just gone midnight, right? It would be a very memorable moment if that was true. It can't be true, can it?
No, it's not true.
BS. So, wow, yeah, that's, you shouldn't do that. It's haram to spread lies that that spread around the world. It's a serious sin. So remember, you're on the internet. I didn't have a problem with anyone. Jack, Faz, and a few others made an issue with me. They lied, says Amy Louise. Nah, he's lying, reaction. Okay, thanks for clearing that up. Boris did fling him in a hole. Has anybody seen Boris's wife, the one that he recently married?
Yeah, she's not bad.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But I'm not sure if that's just selected photographs or if she actually genuinely looks quite. Yeah, I mean, she's not outstanding, but there's an attractiveness to her, if you know what I mean. I could see what he sees.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, I don't think he can see what he sees. Obviously, he's getting the full view.
Yeah, of course. You know what I mean. She's not unsuitable for the eyes.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to look so much.
Mm-hmm.
Better than that one that Matt Hancock was seeing. Don't know what he was looking at there.
Sometimes it's not a looks thing, isn't it? Like sometimes just compatibility. Sometimes you just feel comfortable around certain people. They make you feel. You know, some people got that homely vibe, innit? You just feel comfortable around them.
Yeah.
You know, or it could be the sense of humor. Lots of things, man. If you're into the opposite sex, as I am, you find lots of endearing traits and qualities.
Okay, which prime minister had the best looking wife that you can recall?
I don't know.
Theresa May's wife. No, I tell you, David Cameron's wife isn't bad, to be honest.
Theresa May's before and after pictures. She lost a lot of weight, that woman, man. She used to be huge, yeah. But unfortunately,
she looks a lot better now, right? Now that she's no longer prime minister, a lot less stressed.
Maybe.
She got what? Diabetes.
Type 1 diabetes. Apparently, there's a delayed onset version that kicks in at a certain age.
Oh.
You know, like most people that got type 1 diabetes are born with it, I think, or they get it at a young age.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's another version of it that kicks in much later.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is also a version of type 1. So it's an autoimmune disease, unfortunately. Yeah.
What's her name? Lauren Booth. She's the sister of Tony Blair's wife. She has a YouTube channel which she's like rebooting. So.
What's this slander? I need to apologize for calling Kurds terrorists. This is an outright slander. I didn't expect that coming from a Muslim. It's terrible what you're saying.
You and he are always going at it. That's funny. Theresa May can dance, can she? All right. Big up the Kurds. Okay, brother, react. I'm going to do more searching. Need to watch a few bike review videos too. If I have more questions, I'm going to ask later. Yep, good. So, reasonable way forward. Khan, aka Nito De Niro.
Interesting sense of humor, yes. Kurds and Turks.
The Kurds, the Kurds, the Kurds and the Turks. The Kurds and the Turks.
He's a funny guy.
Where is he, bro?
I don't know. Where is he?
And the Kurds and the Turks. Yes. There's everyone tonight, bro. People are watching, but nobody's jumping on. I don't know what's going on.
We spread ourselves quite thinly tonight, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of places people could be.
Yeah. Why did you make... okay. So the person who just sent me a message, jump on type a message and I'll mod you up as well. Okay. No, I just had a private DM. So once and he went quiet after that. I don't know if they're talking about Land of Celts. No, he switched on his own camera. Like he wasn't afraid to show his camera.
Yeah, he's not hiding.
Yeah. Where's Jordan M at? He's normally a regular. Maybe he's busy. Maybe he'll come on later. Maybe he won't. Maybe maybe he doesn't want to come on a channel which makes Islamophobes feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Who's the Islamophobe? That Chinese lady that likes Hitler?
No, Ralph.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like Ralph. Not personally, but I think for what he stands for.
Yeah. It's a shame. He's a real smart guy. It's a shame he went down the road he went down when he's, doing what he's doing. But yeah, I don't know. I've got no buts, to be honest. I'll keep quiet. All I'll say is that when all the so-called, in quotes, Muslims abandoned reactionary and boycotted reactionary, Ralph welcomed me on this channel. So don't come back to me now and tell me, oh, we're supposed to be united. No, you lot abandoned me for the wolves. Yes, you did. React has how many accounts? Sorry, how many countries have you been? Depends what you define as country. Because I heard somebody on YouTube a few days ago saying Oxford is a Muslim country. Oxford is a Muslim country. So I've been to a few countries, bro, quite a few. Alhamdulillah. I lost count, to be honest. Jordan is still in hiding after Sia ruined him, says Jacko Radio. Did she ruin him? What happened? I missed it. You're gonna lose the battle of Diyarbakir. Diyarbakir. Now, Diyar means land of or home, homeland, you could say. Bakir, maybe the homeland of Bakir. Interesting that the Turkish are using an Arabic name there. Jacko Radio, go find some Islamophobes channel. You're not wanted here, Krakow Radio, says Naughty Naughty. Whew. Didn't realize how fast I was walking. Bit out of breath. Ralph, was your shoulder to cry on? Yeah, possibly, But at least he never showed me any disrespect. So, I've had Muslims coming at me, call it, cussing my mum and all sorts of insults. But Ralph was cool. What do you want me to do? Be rude to him? Yeah, tell him reaction. Big up Jordan M. Naughty, you being racist. Does Rajan, what do you think of CHP party in Turkey? Never heard of them. I don't know what that is. But they sound like a cheap knockoff. Cheap, get it? CHP, cheap. Ralph is an okay guy. To be fair, right, it felt like somebody was putting batteries in Jordan's back. Said, go after Ralph, go after him. Don't make him feel comfortable there. I think that's what happened. But I may be wrong. Let's see. Okay, what we got? No, I think Jordan was testing the waters, so to say, says Maria. Okay. Yeah, it was an interesting discussion. Like, the things that Jordan brought up, obviously they were of concern, but at the same time, we all knew that. At the time, everyone was sticking it on Ralph when he made those sorts of comments, and he since apologized. Now, Jordan obviously didn't hear that apology. React, where did you study Islam? Can I not answer that? I hope you don't mind. Yeah, apologies. I'm not going to disclose that. Nikki, are you here, Akhi? Yes. Not a good party, very secular, and that party was the one that banned the hijab in Turkey, the CHP one, yeah? Interesting.
Reaction, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Islamically speaking, are you allowed to know anything or claim to know anything that he wasn't taught, that doesn't follow like a particular lineage of transmission?
To be honest, I don't. I'd say I don't want to say are you allowed to, right?
Like any self-taught scholars, for example.
But really, that is the standard in Islam. You have a chain of narration, right? So you'll say, I learned this from so and so, who learned from so and so, who learned from so and so, and you have that even with the Quran. So yeah, and the reason I didn't mention anything there because I'm not declaring to know anything.
The tafsir of the Quran or the Quran itself.
The Quran itself, it has a chain of narration. How did it reach us? Just like with Hadith. Hadith has a chain of narration, so does the Quran.
The Quran has a chain of narration, yeah.
Yeah.
What does it go ayah by ayah, or does it go?
Every ayah, yeah, will have a chain of narration.
Amazing.
And if you study it, and
SubhanAllah.
yeah, if you study with a sheikh, for example, you'll get chain of narration. I was actually watching a sheikh yesterday. His name is Abdullah Basfar. Abdullah Basfar. Has anybody heard of him?
No.
Abdullah Basfar. He's a famous reciter. So you know how you used to have Abdul Basit from Egypt? Well, there was one from Saudi. I think his origin is Yemeni. Al-Basfar. His name is Abdullah Basfar. And yeah, he was being interviewed. So he was talking about the Quran teachers who he studied with. And one of them was very, very picky, that a lot of the students who were studying with him ended up dropping out because he was too meticulous with his. So for him to sign off your ijaza, what they call ijaza, it means I have a chain of narration. I studied with this sheikh who studied with that sheikh, and it goes all the way back to Hafs and Asim or whoever the chain you've gone through. And for him to sign off his student, he'll have to hear him reciting to him, and he'll have to correct his mistakes. To get his sign off was very difficult.
Right.
Yeah.
And he'd have to hear you reciting.
Yes. And you're taking notes. What's that for? Is that like for the FBI or something?
With me?
Yeah.
No, do you
like
know what I'm interested? I'm interested because there's this Netflix series called Yunus Emre, and it's about the famous poet Yunus Emre, who he studied during the Seljuk era. He studied under the Seljuk era, and he basically became a Qadi, and he was sent out to a village to practice law, to administer Sharia. And on the road to the village, he meets this dervish sheikh of the dergah, right? So like he has a little back and forth conversation with him, and he realizes the guy's kind of like quite spiritually on a level, right? So then like everything that the guy says sort of like starts playing on his mind. He starts realizing, came into contact with this like, this guy who understood Islam. Obviously he could like differentiate because he's just finished the school of fiqh anyway, right? Yeah. So they post him as and he sits as a judge, and he has to convict a guy, and then he realizes that the guy that he's convicting, I think he was an innocent guy. Yeah. But like he was a student. He was a murid. He was a murid of the sheikh. So then he goes and meets the sheikh, and he ends up giving up his job as a qadi and going and living as a dervish.
Okay.
And it demonstrates all the ancient ways. Well, I don't know if they still do it today, but like there's certain things that they used to do. Like they used to basically commit themselves to living in isolation, so a sensory deprivation. And like there's things where they have then they do zikr. They do zikr. So in groups they will do zikr, right? And then they would have like one-to-one sessions with the sheikh as well. all these things to kind of help them attain a level of Islam, like of understanding it. Yeah. So like, these things to me is quite interesting. Now, back then, they didn't seem to have so much of a differentiation between Sunni and Shia. They seem to have some sort of Shia elements that I found quite disturbing. Like, for example, in one episode, they're cooking up this this special type of food. I think it's called Ashura, and they hand it out to all the people to eat to celebrate or commemorate some sort of Shia event that happened. I think it's Karbala or whatever it is, like something anyway. But it was a Shia thing, and I was like, wow, why are these people doing this? Like, it was shocking to me. And then I realized that back in those days, especially coming from, I think the Dervish order originally comes from Azerbaijan anyway. Their particular order, they came from Azerbaijan, so they probably would have had some sort of Shia elements to it. Yeah.
Okay.
So it was explaining like about Sufis and like like a lot of people ask the questions about Sufis, like what's going on with them sort of thing. I think with the Turkish Sufis, especially the Naqshbandis, they regard themselves as Salafi, and they really like are strict when it comes to that they're Hanafis, right? So they have this very strict understanding of Islam, and then their spiritual kind of teaching is like supplementary. It's like extra. So like if you don't know the basis like that is built on, like it's just not really Islamic. Do you see what I mean? So they don't put the esoteric kind of like things before the fundamentals. So there is that sort of like there is that sort of thing within Sufis in Turkey, for example. They're not like Christians or Shias who like seem to be a little bit more less Sunni, for example. They don't go by the Sunnah. They're like more they're freestyling sort of. Yeah. But anyway, had a little rant there.
Yeah, that's interesting. So that's on Netflix, you say?
Yeah, Yunus Emre. It's really interesting.
Yunus Emre.
He's a famous poet. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just hitting the road right now, bro. Smacking the dirt.
You're running?
No, I'm walking.
Oh, walking.
Yeah.
What's the point? Why are you walking? Just for exercise?
Yeah, exactly. If I go jogging, then nobody will hear anything I've got to say because I'll be out of breath all the time. Right. So I'm a little bit out of breath because I'm walking quite fast. But
you're killing two birds with one stone. It's like you're walking and talking.
Yes.
Do you have a heart rate monitor?
Talk.
Do you have a heart rate monitor?
I do, but I'm not wearing it right now.
Okay.
I don't bother with that.
Do you know your zones? Your heart rate zones?
I can measure them with the monitor, but I don't bother. Because I can sort of tell my pace. I'll just go by the time and the distance and see how I'm doing compared to the last time. So just try and improve on it each time.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to take a scientific approach if you want to see progress.
Yeah, that's true. If I want to be a professional, perhaps, then I'll do that. I was going to this gym called 9 Rounds. Have you heard of it? 9 Rounds.
No.
It's
a boxing gym.
So it's like a franchise that what they do, you go in there, you got 3-minute rounds at each station. So you have maybe 9 stations. 9 stations. Each station is 3 minutes, like you have a boxing round.
Right.
So you start off maybe skipping. The next station you do burpees and press ups and stuff. The next station you put before you start, you put the wraps on like you would in any boxing gym, and then you put gloves on and you start punching the pads. Then you do the next station might be what do you call those bags again? Boxing bags?
Cooking
I
jabs.
don't remember.
Oh,
You know the big bags.
punch bags.
Punch bags, yes. Yeah, punching the punch bags. You got heavy bags, soft, light bags. So you got also the different activities in each station.
Yeah, so circuit training.
You got like circuit training, yeah. 9 rounds of 3 minutes, basically.
Mhm.
And you wear a heart monitor, and then you on the big screen, everyone can see their name and how they're doing in terms of the heart rate, and you can sort of compete against each other.
So you're training mostly for fitness and for the pleasure of it.
Yeah, so I much prefer that than to go jogging, pretty much, and especially those. You know what I really hate? Those DVDs or the HIIT training, HIIT, I think it's called.
High
This guy called
intensity training.
Yeah, I'm not. This, in a sense, this is high interval intensity, but I much prefer it because all you're doing is just typical.
Well, that would only be the case if you had a rest in between each station.
Yeah, you got like a 30-second rest between each station, or is it a minute? Might be a minute actually.
Yeah.
No, actually it's 30 seconds. So yeah, it's pretty good though. I enjoy that. Because it's only half an hour. Yeah. And you go from station to station, so you're alternating the activities.
I think with the point of high intensity interval training is that you kind of like push yourself to your maximal, like to your max limit. Do you see what I mean? And basically that's going to basically create some sort of trigger for adaptation.
Yes.
So a lot of people, they don't really trigger their adaptation processes. So when they train, they don't see any progress.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, everyone's body's different though. It's like I've seen people that lift up the whole gym, right? They've got so much strength, but the shape, they just don't have it, or the growth of muscle, they don't have it. And like, so you've got to realize, like, when you're lifting a weight, you're lifting it with like your tendons, you're lifting it with your muscles, you're lifting it with everything that you can use to exert pressure, right?
Yeah.
Now, the growth that you're going to see, it might be myofibrillar growth, it could be sarcoplasmic growth. So, you know, it depends on the quality of your muscle. So, you know, some people have got very thick muscles that hold a lot of fluid and they can get a nice shape developing. Some people just don't have that genetic gift. They can gain strength, but they just won't have a nice shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, it's horses for courses, isn't it?
True, yeah.
Like there's a distinct advantage and disadvantage to each one of those. Like you might want to gain strength without gaining the muscle, because the extra muscle is just extra weight that you're carrying, is extra tissue that you have to supply blood towards. Like some people, like wrestlers, for example, they don't want that.
Do you know where the nearest like bike station
is? Yeah, 1 second. Bike station?
Yeah, like for like, you know, the forest bike things. Yeah.
You know, I'm not sure.
We just no worries if not, we can go find it.
Pass them up there, but
they used to be at the gates, right? But I'm not sure.
Yeah,
there's some over there, but we're walking that way, so you wonder if there's any on the way.
Don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. Have a good rest of your day.
Sorry about that.
You just gave away what you look like. You definitely look white. The way they were speaking to you. Speaking to you like you were white.
Well, would they speak differently if I was black?
Yeah.
Or if I'm black?
Yeah.
Okay.
They would have sounded different.
What would they have said? You're under arrest. Is that what you're saying?
Why would they call?
If you pulled out a card, then it would have been a race card. Get it? Nice of reaction to help out a gay couple.
No, I thought it was some type of dogging, some dogging going on. Do you know where the bikes are? Who are the bikes?
Looking for the bike sheds, old chap. It was reactionaries, far right party friends. Yeah, okay. Did you hear Jordan copying Ralph's accent yesterday?
Yeah, it was funny.
Yes. I don't even remember how he did it.
I think he does it the best though. Respect. I'm much more far right than that.
Yeah. Yes. And what's interesting is that Ralph says "ja," okay, which is a German way of saying yes. They say "ja," so you can understand him saying that. But also in, I suppose, received pronunciation, if you know what that is, like in proper Queen's English, you would say "ja" as well. It's a really posh way of saying yes, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Busta Rhymes used to say "yeah," yeah, like he's posh. Anyway.
He actually did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that. I do remember that. Yeah. One of my favorites, Busta Rhymes. I think he's Jamaican, Busta Rhymes. One of my favorite
From
rappers.
England. He's from England, actually.
No, is he? Possible.
Yeah. And then they moved to New York. Spent his high school days there. I read.
I think KRS-One might be Jamaican as well.
Yep.
Yeah. So you know your hip hop, yeah.
Well, yeah, I suppose a little bit.
Do you remember Public Enemy?
In fact, one of the best lyrics was KRS-One, you need to take a vacation. Your name sounds like a whack radio station.
Who said that?
Roxanne, either the real Roxanne or the other Roxanne, one of them.
Okay.
I think it was Roxanne Shante. Yeah.
Have you seen Roxanne Shante's life story on? I think it's a Netflix movie.
No, I haven't. No.
Yeah, you should watch it. It's good.
Okay.
A lot of
because American radio stations, they all have that name. They have those WXK1.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
His name is KRS-One.
Yeah. But is his name Chris? I think that's why it's KRS, because it's Chris.
Yeah.
Must be.
And then he twisted it to mean knowledge and rhymes. Was it knowledge?
Yeah.
Knowledge something. No, knowledge reigns supreme. KRS. Knowledge reigns supreme.
Oh, is that what he said? Oh, you know more about it than me, man. Wow.
I'm digging into my crate of history in my head.
What about Method Man? Method Man has a 3-letter thing as well, doesn't he? Insignia.
Does he? I don't know.
Yeah, I forget what his one is. It's it will come to me. He's another one of my favorites. Meth.
But I remember Public Enemy. Yeah, definitely. I remember Public Enemy.
That year that Public Enemy first come out, man. Was it like 1982 or 1984? I was like, that was a hot summer. It was a long, hot summer.
So what was the first track you remember from Public Enemy?
I'm not going to sing that this time of night.
I think my first track that I remember with them was I'm Public Enemy #1. One. Do you remember that?
Yeah. It was the first album, right?
Yeah. First like mainstream album. And they had
because before Public Enemy it was just like was it around about that same time? What year was it? Beastie Boys.
Dougie Fresh.
Dougie Fresh.
Oh yeah, so around 86, 85, I think. Yeah.
Thingy, Run DMC.
And LL Cool J.
LL Cool J. Oh, they
all went on tour together. Yeah.
Did they? Oh wow.
Yeah. Run DMC from Queens, New York.
Okay.
So is LL Cool J. So is Tribe Called Quest. Yeah, they're from Queens as well. A lot of people from Queens. But apparently there's a lot of them were connected to the Zulu Nation, which turns out to have been some sort of pedophilia cult. Sadly. Did you hear about that?
No.
Yeah, a lot of them victims of molestation. Africa Bambaataa. You remember him, Africa Bambaataa?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was part of the Zulu Nation, and so there was a lot of molestation happening there.
Wow.
How true it all is, I have no idea, but it seems to be a fact from the way they're reporting it. You know something interesting? You mentioned KRS-One.
Yeah.
Somebody invited him to the UK to give a lecture.
Mm.
You know who?
Who?
Shaka Ra.
All right.
Yeah, he came to the UK. He paid for him to come over and give a lecture.
Amazing.
You didn't know that, did you? I saw a
No.
video of KRS-One
I
in
knew
London.
that Respect was
Yeah.
saying that they brought over, was it Gangstar?
Is it?
They brought over someone, yeah, as well.
No, they couldn't have, because the main rapper died years ago, man.
Did
Guru.
he? But this was
Yeah.
years ago. This was years ago.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I forget who it was exactly, but there was someone that they brought over, definitely. I could be remembering
Maybe that was
it wrong.
KRS-One. Yeah.
Maybe he was involved in that as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
So they paid for him to come over. So I wonder how you'd go about doing something like that.
Oh, sorry. Is this true? This can't be true.
What is his name?
KRS-One became a woman. His name is Tarana Burke.
No way.
That must be a lie.
No, that's just some really ugly woman that looks like a man.
Excuse me, Dougie Fresh. Dougie Fresh, you're on.
6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Yeah.
They actually made it to
on.
Top of the Pops, man. I swear they were on Top of the Pops in that one.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. Yep.
Mm.
Sure did. A lot of people went on Top of the Pops. Do you remember a tune that was called Bugging Out?
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. You know what I'm talking about? Bum, 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 bum.
Got to remember, I'm a person that suffered memory loss. Years of
It was called
smoking
You're Bugging Out.
weed. Yeah, it does sound familiar.
Yeah. That was pretty good. Can you freestyle?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think you could. So.
Can you?
I could try, man. I gave a few people a run for their what was it? Running for their money, something like that. I think I even went on Jedi's channel once. Freestyle. There's a guy from America called, is it Ashley?
Ashley P.
Houston, yeah.
Yeah,
I like him, man. He's a nice guy.
All right. It's all right.
Yeah, so I took the title. But Respect is good at freestyle, without a doubt. He's really good.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
It's hard to kind of give a real message when you're freestyling, because you're trying to just think of any word that rhymes with the last one. But what I don't like is rappers who don't rhyme, like Nas. You know, he doesn't rhyme when he raps. He'll say 2 verses and they don't rhyme. To me, that's not rapping.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
So I looked up to the sky and I saw a bunch of colors. I walked down the street and there were many people.
Yeah.
That doesn't rhyme.
I see. I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, it feels incomplete.
It's still rapping. There's no rule that rapping has to rhyme.
He used to rhyme in the beginning, like in his when he first came out. But I think now he thinks he's too good to rhyme anymore.
You know
he's lazy. Doesn't have to.
No,
yeah.
You know that film that I said, Roxanne Shantae's real life story.
Yeah.
At the end of it, you see Nas when he's about 10 years old.
Yeah.
Because
they show him. Yeah.
They lived on the same estate, yeah, sort of thing, and he was like inspired by her rap battles that she used to have.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, you know, if you try to freestyle, what rhymes with freestyle? I don't know. Can't even think of anything to rhyme with that.
Shit pile.
Freestyle. You could say, I got no idea what rhymes with freestyle. Yeah, I was about to freestyle and I started off on the wrong foot there.
Start
the most impossible word.
Pile.
A pile?
Yeah, pile.
Yeah.
Freestyle. Have you got
You want to eat, so you're going to get a pile of food.
You got piles. Freestyle. I went to the doctor. He said I've got piles.
Piles, yeah, piles and piles. And so I went to walk it off by walking for miles. And then
I bumped into my mate called Miles.
Yes. Your mate called Miles, he's got no styles. That's why you come to me and I'll Yeah.
With Miles till we met Giles.
Yeah, I read the dials on the speedometer. That's how we do. We use technical equipment to
Or thermometers. Rhyme
yes.
thermometer. I'll rate you if you can rhyme thermometer.
Thermometer's too easy because I'll shoot the rocket and go to Andromeda. Thermometer, Andromeda.
Thermometer, Andromeda. I like it.
Yes. But that's, and you might be an insulter. I'll call you a belittler. No, that was
Andromeda. She shut
Andromeda.
herself when someone shouted, "Release the Kraken."
Kraken.
The Kraken.
Kraken, backing. Your style is getting slackened, and I'm on the mic, so I'm going to fracking like I'm drilling for oil. I dig into the soil, release the energy, and you can wear the tinfoil hat. Don't say the word cat, because Shahid might come and he'll bring a bat to knock off your hat. You get me?
Pencil
That's
Dick
how you
Shahid fit his dick into a cat.
Actually, you can't freestyle and walk at the same time. Thank you.
He tripped and fell over and landed on a mat.
On a mat.
Yeah.
That's why he went to the chair to sit. So he sat.
Yes. So he sat. He fell on the cat.
Yeah,
The
then
cat
he lied
said,
down.
Ow.
Ow.
Cat said, ow.
So he turned and went, pow. He threw the cat across the room into the wall. And ciao.
Yeah.
Ciao. Goodbye. I'm out of here. I'm outie.
And he realized
like
he was in Slough.
Slough, what a dead end place. You'll get punched in your face if you walk through that neighborhood.
Oh, you're quite good at this, man.
Bro, I'm terrible, I tell you. But all you could do is try. If people didn't try, then how could they fly? You wouldn't have movies by somebody that looks like Sly Stallone. But there's a basketball player called Karl Malone. Yes, yes. That's how we do.
Yeah, so the acronym,
drive you around the Benz in a Mercedes Benz.
The acronym that Method Man uses is TACAO.
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 What's that?
Taking into consideration all lives. I don't know where he come up with that one. It's a bit long-winded. But you see him in his tune saying TACAO, TACAO, and you're like, what is TACAO?
Look at that. To be fair, you guys are better than Jedi and Maku. Yeah, man. I knew Khan could rap.
It's not that we're good. We're just sticking to the method of making things rhyme.
Yes.
But I think people just like go a bit on a thingy one, like a little bit of freestyle, where it doesn't have to actually rhyme. It's like more to do with what they're actually saying overall. So I think like there are many ways of rapping. Can't criticize people in it. It's like rapping is just an expression of your thoughts in terms of like a spoken word. So like a poetry type thing. So it's all acceptable. It's all good. There's no rules to this thing.
Yes, it's the 4956. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Leave your shoes at the door. Drop the mic and 1, 2, 3, 4. I see you when you sleep, you snore. You get me? Man's on the mic. Yeah. He's got shoes with a spike.
Man's on the mic like a lyrical whore.
Or he gets on the boat, but hasn't got an oar.
We go door to door.
Door to door, end up on the floor. If you step to my friend, I'm gonna.
It's gonna be your end.
Give you a letter to send. Yeah.
It's gonna be your end.
Your end. Yeah, your style is like something that will bend.
Yeah.
The freestyle bender, the style bender. Put the fruit in the blender. Come out with a smoothie. It's very soothing, smoothing. See? Bring someone that can challenge me in a rap battle, bruv. They're done.
I think you're good. I think you're better than a lot of these youths these days. You know, like these thingy rappers, what they're called. The ones that don't like actually, yeah, the new generation.
Yeah.
You're better than a lot of them. You know.
You see, you got to rap on time when you're doing the grime. And
Rap on time when you're
make
doing
sure
the
you
grind.
shine.
Make sure you shine. The thing is with me, I can't rap, yeah, because my brain actually works too slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can't.
Yeah, that's
Like, you
true.
got to have a sharp brain where you're thinking one step ahead. My brain's just dead.
It's got to be sharp.
Yeah, it's got to be
You
sharp.
can enhance your brain power by eating carp. Carp is seafood.
Like I should be like Flavor Flav. I just jump in and just drop a little yeah, boy. That could be my role. That doesn't require any
Flavor
thinking.
Flav.
Yeah.
He's got a podcast now.
Flavor Flav in the house, y'all.
Yeah, he's got his own podcast. His first guest was Mike Tyson.
Big up Tyson, the madman.
His second guest was some dude I've never heard of.
Did you see the podcast of Mike Tyson and Eminem? Oh, it was so cringe, man. Eminem was literally like praising him so much, like, oh, you're the greatest, you're the best.
Yeah.
And you know, like Tyson don't really know how to take compliments. He just starts, you know, getting that gay feeling, that where he's like, oh, you're making me feel uncomfortable. I need to punch you in your face. But he's trying to like moderate like his feelings, but you can see he felt awkward. It's like, does Eminem know what he's doing? You're winding up Tyson, bro. Don't ever tell Tyson how good he is.
What, you're talking about Eminem?
Eminem, the rapper.
Eminem's like feminine.
He's a feminine Eminem. He's got no decorum. He don't know how to talk in a forum.
Whoa. Yes.
He's just so boring. He makes me want to just collapse, start snoring.
Snoring? Whoa. Get in.
I could put more in, but it's just so boring.
Wow. And you might take a trip, go touring.
Go touring in my BMW Tourer.
I'll take the Ford Explorer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to the mountains of Tora Bora. To the house of horror.
Looking for the Dead Sea Scrolls. Found them in a found them in a cave in the Dead Sea.
With holes. With holes. Yes.
There's holes in your narrative.
To Earth and found some moles. The moles climbing up the poles. The north and the south. Yes. You get polarity.
Polarity.
Come to rap with some clarity.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah. Defeat my opponents with finality.
For the sake of humanity.
No coming back. Yes. Humanity. Insanity. I use words that are terrible. Pure profanity.
Oh. Yes.
See, Zubaida thinks she can rap, bruv.
Yeah.
She'd never dare come on and freestyle battle me.
I went from delicious to vicious.
Don't even think about battling me, eh?
I went from delicious to vicious.
Delicious to vicious?
Yeah.
What's your name? Sid Vicious? My style is delicious. It tastes good. Yes. It's on the top of the first position is where I stood. On the podium. What rhymes with podium? You should know this can't be the nutritionist. Sodium.
Yeah.
Whoa. You like that?
I went from delicious to vicious. On my date with your missus, she started eating me. Eating me like I was ice cream. I said to her, babe, I'm going to make you scream. Oh, your mom got roasted. Like a
roasted and
peanut.
Toasted. Peanut? Peanut? What rhymes with peanut?
Peanuts.
Peanut. What rhymes with that?
I gave her the peanut.
Bro, that's a dead end. That's like driving down the road and you come to a dead end. Nowhere to go.
Then I gave her the
peanut. Peanut? I can't think of a word that rhymes with that, bro. Peanut.
Peanut.
Yeah. Oh, you got me there, bro.
Sometimes you got to switch it up, then, innit? You got to go to the next word. You know what I'm saying?
What rhymes with peanut, people? Type it into
You got to
chat,
switch it up
please.
to something totally different.
Raspet ain't got nothing on you, React. Yeah. Bring it on.
Yeah.
Where's Raspet? Where's the beta? Come on with your raps. I'll finish you. Finish him. Yes, fam. Alam. You get a goat or a ram. Then push your car and push the tram. You see the styles we use?
Mm-hmm.
There's actors like Tom Cruise who get jealous, rebellious. Don't come this way, you'll get success.
Rebellious.
Rebellious. Who's Saad? Ah, yes. Changed his name again. Changed his name again.
We say Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, brother. How are you?
How did you know it was me? So the email.
I guessed, brother. Saad.
Okay.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah. How are you guys?
Alhamdulillah.
Who's this? Who's this? Who am I speaking to?
It's Ain Khan. How are you, man?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Are you keeping your ID on the DL? Did you come to
I don't
join
know why
the,
it came out this way, man.
Did you come to join the rap battle?
No, I wanted to listen from the front row, man. You guys having a rap battle, yeah?
This guy, he's just joined the chat. His name is Parking Ticket. His favorite sport is a summer sport called cricket. Oh, yes.
Yo, where's Conran off to, man? Oh, yeah.
Nah, do you know what it is? The StreamYards, yeah? Don't like my phone. Ever since I changed my phone, StreamYards keeps kicking me randomly.
Don't like your phone.
Yeah.
Give a dog
Don't
a
like my
bone.
phone.
Run back home.
Yo, Con, what did you do, man? Reactionary is on his rhyming.
He's on a
phase
rhyming
now,
thing
man.
now. Yeah.
Rhyming
Yeah,
season.
It's like an algorithm.
Triggered something in my brain. I have to maintain and sustain. Yeah.
And stop from going insane in the brain.
Remain.
We need to remain calm.
Don't Brexit. You might have to text it to your friend or make sure the pics don't get sent. Oh dear.
Oi, wait there. What the? Yo, what? Look what he said. I'm going to be his new victim on Sunday. Is that real or is he trolling?
Parking is going to be Omar's new victim on Sunday. Oh my goodness.
What's going on?
Dear.
What's going on?
Oh my.
Where's the beef, man?
It's that. What's that thing we were talking about? It's not letting things go. You know,
Yes.
Obsession. Yes. Oh well, I'm sure. Remember, his view is that he's at war with the munafiqeen, right? So what does that make you?
That makes so according to him, I'm a munafiq now.
Subhanallah.
Wow. Subhanallah.
Let's do some thingy, some controversial rapping. I'll
Okay.
say one line, you say one line. Taliban's taking over Afghanistan. The American
The guards came
soldiers,
back from Pakistan.
them have to run
Okay, go.
all the way from
Kandahar.
somewhere, from Kandahar to Iran. Go on.
Okay, they had to come back because they didn't achieve their plan. Yes. You might say they walked. In fact, they ran. Yeah.
The Turkish army's complaining because the Afghans are ungrateful. But they've been that way since the time of... I don't know. I don't know what word fits in with that.
Well, they've been that way because the result is faithful.
They're
Yeah,
faithful.
ungrateful, but
Yeah.
faithful.
ungrateful.
Make sure you keep your faith and remain faithful
to Allah. They don't want no other soldiers around Yah.
Around what? Around Yah.
Around here.
Much more far right than that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
There's a Turkish news agency put out this a list of all the things that the Turks have done in Afghanistan, all the investment, the time and energy, training, knitting lessons for women, you name it, right? They're just boasting about everything they've done in Afghanistan, and they're like, but the Afghans are so ungrateful. They want us out. They're kidnapping Turkish women. I was like, bro, it's time for you to leave, innit? If the Americans are leaving, you might as well leave as well. Just let them get on with their thing, innit?
Yeah.
Someone said, can Khan rap about food? Let's try that one. Off the top of the dome, yeah? I like my donuts with chili sauce.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm stuck. I'm just focusing on chili sauce right now. I can't think of anything else. Chili sauce.
Yeah.
I
Chili
like my donuts with chili sauce, but the meat's got to be lamb, but not horse. I don't eat horse because that's haram. Or is it? I don't know. Is it? Is horse meat haram?
I don't know the answer to that. Yes.
I don't know.
Back on the mic, gonna drop some rhymes.
I've run out of bars.
There was a guy whose name was Crimes of Britain, and now he's sitting.
Wait! Stop mentioning people that don't want to be mentioned, bro.
What? Crimes? Crimes? All right, that was called Crimes of Italy.
Yeah.
Italy cooks pasta. That's a food.
There was a man called Crimes of Turkey. He was an Armenian.
He ate too much. He was a bulimian.
He ate so much. He was a bulimian. Opposite of a bulimic. His favorite song was Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yo, listen, the reaction is on point. You know, his rhymes are on point. You know, if you could rhyme just as well in Arabic, I would say, yo, try to write on a sheet.
Yeah, sure.
Write in the sheet. You have to be fast. You need speed.
This is what I'm saying on mute. You know, reactions for those mute. Yeah, whatever word you say, yeah, it's gonna just rhyme with it.
Stay on mute, my youths. Don't try to compute the words that are coming out my mouth, because I'm just so. See, this is what always happens.
South, not north, not east, not west. If you went west, you'd be the best. Instead, you end up failing your test. Look at the moon. It looks like a crest or crescent. That's what I meant to say. In fact, I went the other way. I should have gone forward, not go back. If I did that, you wouldn't have stabbed me in the chest.
I would have been able to pick up the slack.
Slack.
And keep this rhyme on track.
Secure your computer so you don't get hacked.
Ooh, I like that one.
Yes. Big back.
Let's see how many words we can rhyme without saying black.
Tic tac.
It's too late, because I just said it.
You said it. You did.
It.
Indeed, you did.
You can bet it.
You bet it.
Bet it.
Bet it. Set it. You best go
that,
get it.
They say bet. They say bet it.
You bet. You bet.
Bet that. You bet. Bet this. Bet that.
Yeah. You bet.
I wish I was.
My rhymes are a military threat. Huh?
What?
I said, you bet my rhymes are a military threat.
I wish I was American so I could drive a Cadillac. But instead I'm living in London and I'm eating a Caramac. My favorite type of chocolate, apart from Cadbury's. Caramac. It's like a type of chocolate.
There's a woman on TV. Her name is Julia Bradbury. She goes walking around the country, in the hills and the valleys.
Looking for the willy.
Oh dear.
I've got her in some bushes.
Oh. Do you know who Julia Bradbury is? Yeah.
No?
You got good taste. Good taste.
Mm.
Hopefully she takes her shahada. She's married though. So.
Need to bring out this Islamic rugby.
You know, like, do you think dawah people discern whether a woman is married before they give her dawah?
No.
Once they find out she's married, they say, "Nah, forget it. you can go to hell." You know, that type of attitude.
What? Why would you say that?
Why, she's single, bruv? They get all up in there. Yeah, come take a
Yo,
shot.
how can you say stuff like that? Yeah, when they find out she's married, or she can go to hell.
I get the feeling some dawah people must be like that, bro. They look at the looks, you know,
Yeah,
and then find out she's single.
What do you think?
In fact,
has been about?
Huh?
What do you think all the latest
yeah.
fitna has been about?
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that wasn't dawah fitna, was it? That was just, yeah. So, Parkin, what's new, bro? Give us the latest rundown on the fitness scene.
I came across one of the most funniest and the most bizarre article I've ever seen. Well, in a long while anyway. I've seen this article, right, in the Daily Mail, where police are doing a public appeal. Get this. Wallahi, I'm not joking, I'm being dead serious. They're making an appeal to someone who lost a foot to come forward. And that foot was discovered 2 years ago.
How they got to come forward without their foot?
I don't know.
On their hands and knees.
They want them to come forward, but make sure they use a crutch to do so, in case they fall over.
How would someone like not have reported that they lost a leg? I mean, a foot.
Maybe they reported it and the police just found it, right?
Maybe it's a prosthetic foot. It's not a real foot. It's a fake foot.
It's a real foot.
It's a real foot.
Yeah, it's a real foot. I find it very incompetent of the police to assume that the person is still alive that lost a foot.
I don't.
Highly
Like,
probable proposes that
I don't
someone has
think
been
you
murdered
can
and has been
categorize-
dismembered.
You can't categorize that as being lost. Technically, that's not lost. Like, you won't go looking through the lost and found box and find someone's foot in there.
It was discovered in some field,
Wow.
and it was on a footpath.
It was on the footpath.
Yeah, that's where a foot's supposed to be, bro.
Wait, bro, you know
If
the
it's
other
on the
day,
motorway, then that's the wrong place for the foot.
the other day I was walking past a petrol station and I saw a guy was smoking a cigarette while he was putting petrol in the car. Right?
Oh.
Don't know how he done it yet, but he managed to set himself on fire. The police
What?
came and arrested him. Guess what they charged him with? Possession of a firearm.
For a moment, I thought he'd actually seen someone do that.
Yeah. But you told a lie there. That's the problem.
It wasn't a lie.
That's the
It was a fictitious
It was a lie.
story.
It was an untruth. Well, when I was at school, right, the teachers say, you're telling white lies. What's a white lie?
It's obviously a harmless lie.
The opposite of a black lie.
White lies matter.
But like,
White lives
Okay.
matter. Black lives
Stop
matter.
it.
No, lies, man, lies. White lies matter.
Yeah, black lives matter.
Oh, yeah. The teacher would say, stop telling tales.
Yeah,
Telling
pig-
tales.
pigtails,
What's wrong
innit?
with that?
It's not straight, it's curly.
Yeah, telling tales, man.
In other
You know,
words,
if you say, oh, miss, he took my pencil. Stop
Yeah.
telling tales.
Yeah. Oh, tails. Tales.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? Pick up my other pencil and stab it in his eye? Do you want me to do that?
Mm. Yeah.
Stop
Depends what
telling
school you
tales.
went to, I suppose.
Hmm. So,
Have you watched that
Parking
movie? Have you watched that movie, Malcolm X? You know, the Well, with
Denzel
Denzel Washington, yes. I think 92 or
long
99.
time ago. Yeah.
There's a scene in there, right, when he's locked up and he's trying to reform
Have you
himself.
seen the Turkish version of Malcolm X? It's called Malcolm X.
Is that real or are you trolling?
No, I'm joking.
There's a scene in there, right, when he's in prison and he's trying to reform himself and he's reading books. And he's saying that he finished the dictionary. That's one of the first books he's read. And he was going through the meaning of the word white and the word black. And the word white had so much positive and good connotation to it as opposed to the word black. Had all negative meanings. So I was wondering if that was real or that was added for the purpose of the drama.
Yeah, if that's real. Especially that.
No, that's something that they teach in Nation of Islam. They preach that, so it's probably real.
So is that dictionary real though? Like the way he described it?
Yeah. Well, language is used in that way. That black generally means something negative.
You know, like
and white is used to describe something happy,
positive.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have to see that dictionary.
Well, it's the same as the normal dictionary, bro. It's not a different dictionary.
No, America obviously have got a different dictionary than the UK, man.
Is it really?
So does that language have a direct? Well, does it lead to racism? Does it have that subliminal effect?
Of course, it's subliminal. Yes.
Yeah.
It's given the pretext that white is being praised well, black is being, put in a negative light. So it's obviously showing you that black is bad and white is good.
Yeah, well, that's if you identify as black, innit? Not everyone identifies as a color.
I'm not gonna spend my life being a color.
Exactly.
Who said that?
Michael Jackson.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right. I thought it was one of those rap songs, like "Stop the violence." No, it was something else. You're heading for self-destruction. Self-destruction. It's amazing how long you can remember stuff.
It doesn't matter if you're black or white. Remember that Michael Jackson song, "Black or White"? It's black.
Yeah.
It's white. Yeah, it's that one. That was a really ahead of its time video. Do you remember that when they turned their faces to the side and then
the morphing? Yeah.
Yeah, that was ahead of its time. Yeah.
The American dictionary is called. The American dictionary is called Webster Dictionary. That's the American one.
Oh, Webster's, yeah.
Yeah, the UK one is called the Cambridge or the Oxford.
You know what was really ahead of its time for? You remember Terminator 2?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That the bad robot, or whatever you call him, the bad guy that was used to chase Arnold Schwarzenegger when he walked through this prison cell. Yeah.
Yeah, the prison cell bit. And what does his shoe gets left behind or something?
No, his gun gets caught in the bars. Yeah. Bro, that was way ahead of its time in the graphics.
Crazy. That was crazy.
And Star Wars as well. That was pretty ahead of its time too.
Which Star Wars?
The old ones, like
Star Wars: A New Hope, the first one.
I don't know the name of it.
Have you ever watched Star Wars in the correct order?
When they used to show it on TV with Superman.
See the first Star Wars. You'd watch it as number 4.
Okay, I get it.
So you'd watch the last 3. Well, the ones that's recorded.
So the one before Return of the Jedi, right? The one that came out before that.
Yeah.
That's the one I remember.
A New Hope, Episode 4.
Yeah. And then Return of the Jedi came out.
If you wanted to watch them in the right order, you'd watch the one with Thingy in it first. Jar Jar Binks. What's that one called? Where Anakin's a little child.
Oh, okay.
What's that one called again?
Not sure.
That one's called Star Wars.
Is that the one with the lava?
No. It's the one where Ewan McGregor's really young and he's got sort of like a little ponytail. Liam Neeson's in it. And
yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, that would be the first one. So they discovered this alien child called Anakin.
Another film I'd say is ahead of its time. Yeah, I would say Matrix.
Oh
The
yes.
whole blue,
Sick, bro.
the blue pill and that red pill, man.
Still
Nice.
sick. Matrix still sick now.
That's one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
And they done it on a low budget, man. It wasn't even like.
And it didn't get an Oscar. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
That,
they
if
bumped-
there's a film that deserves an Oscar, that deserves it.
Hmm.
That scene when they were shooting bullets in the building foyer, if you remember that.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was- and you see bits of the pillar, come flying off. That was a wicked film. Yeah, every part of that film was good. And the treachery of that guy that tried to kill them, that was good as well. But part 2 and 3 and all that, terrible. Really
Yeah,
whack.
second and
Yeah.
third one, they were terrible. Yeah, you're right.
They've got
The
me some new films
directors,
coming up, man.
the directors of both of them now identify as women. Imagine that.
Oh wow.
Oh, stop it.
How did you know that?
So I was doing. I watched one of the. I think the second or third one. Before I did, what I normally do before I watch a movie, I just do a bit of research on it, see if it's worth watching. So I went on Wiki and saw that the directors. Normally a movie has one director, so I saw 2 names under the director, and they both had the same surname. So I looked into it. Turned out they were brothers. They were brothers.
Yeah.
And then skip forward a couple of years. Now they're identified as women, both of them.
Crazy.
Do you remember Moonraker?
So imagine those two. Their parents had 2 sons. They brought
Yeah.
up 2 sons. Now they got 2 daughters.
You're a funny guy.
Yeah, quite a lot of famous celebrities, right? They end up having gay children. Or their
What, like Will
children end up-
Smith's children that seem a little bit weird?
Not like that. I'm talking like Magic Johnson. His son became homosexual. Who else? I think. Oh yeah, this guy called Dwayne Wade, basketball player.
Wait,
Yes.
do you know what the last film I actually watched was? Like decent film.
Wait. I'm pretty sure that Dr. Dre has a gay son as well.
Allow it, man.
Wow.
You know the last film I watched, yeah? Have you seen the remake of Justice League by Zack Snyder, sorry. So you know Justice League, the one with Batman in it and Superman and all that. Yeah? They remade the whole film. It's like a whole complete different film. Using the same film. The same, like they shot all the scenes. 2 directors made 2 completely different films out of the same film. It's amazing. You'd be shocked.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it.
It's the completely like when you hear a different director done it, you're thinking it's the same film but with slightly different scenes in it. But it's completely different. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Somebody said Arnold Schwarzenegger's Total Recall. That was quite good.
Ahead
the
of its
graphics.
time. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
My
When the
favorite
head- we
Arnold
took the head
film
off.
was Running Man. Do you remember Running Man?
Oh yeah.
It's time to start running.
Hmm.
Wicked film.
Predator was good as well, man. That was a
Best.
really good film.
Yeah. Predator was made in a jungle with like 5 people.
Yeah.
Amazing. That's like the storytelling ability.
Yeah.
Shows. Like Rambo, Rambo, First Blood.
Yes. Oh
It's got
yeah,
like a
that was an excellent.
Minimal cast. There's hardly anyone in
Yeah.
it. But you know what I mean? The shooting.
Yeah,
Sliced alone just outdid himself on that one, man.
definitely. I agree with
Yeah.
you on that.
The tension, the drama. Like it's like Psycho. Have you seen the film Psycho?
And you feel he's justified for everything he's doing in that film, right? Like everything he
Exactly.
does, he's in the right.
Exactly.
Even though he does some
Exactly.
terrible things, right? If you
Yeah.
take them.
Who do you guys think in the 80s and the 90s? Who do you guys made better films? Schwarzenegger or Stallone?
I think because Stallone directed his own movies and he wrote the screenplays and things like that. Like you have to rate him like a lot higher than just an actor.
Yeah.
So yes.
If you're rating him as a writer and director, then I think Mel Gibson got him beat.
Yeah, but even on the Rocky films, like Arnold can't contest that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
But
It's hard,
Arnold's
it's hard to compare them.
Arnold is his movies have been more successful though, haven't they?
What, money wise?
Determined.
That's only because
Yeah,
he married one of the Kennedys. That's why.
Who? Arnold.
Yeah.
No, man. Terminator 1 and 2.
Bro, Arnold married one of the richest women in America, bro.
I didn't know she was a Kennedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had what other films? I mean, Stallone had the Rocky franchise, bro. Those were just as successful as anything else.
Then you had the Rambo series as well. Do you guys think that Van Damme was on their level? Because he was the other
Not really.
action hero at that time.
No,
not really.
No, he was like a B level.
B movie.
He Van Damme was the type of guy you would rent a video cassette out from the video shop.
Yeah.
Whereas
who
Stallone
remembers that?
and
Do you remember that?
Schwarzenegger, you'd go to the cinema to watch
Blockbuster Video.
Stallone. Yeah.
That was crazy. We thought we were so cool, like as if we was going, like it was like being in America. Like where I lived, there was a 7-Eleven right next to Blockbuster. So that little area there was just like being in America. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Did you ever have a 7-Eleven near your house? They had
In England?
The slushy machines, yeah, in England.
Oh yeah. Slush
The
puppy.
slushy machines. You could go in there to get a slush puppy 1 o'clock in the morning, coming out of there looking like a big kid with a massive slush puppy. People are like, what are you doing, bro? I'm like, I don't know, man. Stoned, bro. I don't give a shit.
and then your jaw goes numb from the ice when you have too much of it.
Brain freeze.
Mm.
Have you ever had brain freeze?
Yeah.
Mad, isn't it?
Yep.
Crazy feeling, man. Why do you feel it in your head, though? That's the thing.
Because that's where your brain is, right? Brain freeze. I don't know.
Right.
But I think maybe the nerves. The nerves.
It's the nerve. Thank you. Now you realise. It's the actual nerve. Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Did you know?
Kids nowadays are
things. Yep.
Kids nowadays are addicted to brain freeze, man. They do this nitro gas. I don't know if you guys seen this nitro gas that they use with the balloons. It's supposed to give you like a brain freeze rush.
Yeah. Did you know that if you chucked a person in ice cold water, do you know what would happen? You trigger a nerve response that makes you inhale. So when you watch the movie Titanic, when they all fell off the boat into the water, 90% of those people in real life died. Ain't like in the film where they were swimming to the boats and things like that. The people who got in the boats survived. The people who fell in the water died.
Wow.
And it's because the water's so cold that when you're fully immersed in ice cold water, your body reacts by inhaling. Yeah. There's these things that's inbuilt in the human body that's really weird. Like, for example, if you was hanging off of a cliff by your hands, the nerves in your wrist would fail and your grip would you'd lose your grip. Do you know that?
Yeah.
That's the stuff. Like, imagine
rock climbing.
Yeah, imagine how. Oh yeah, well you would know more about it then.
Yeah, if you try and use your hands, you're going to end up falling. You need to use your feet to.
Yeah.
Because.
So like the reason why your wrist fails is because if your wrist never failed and you went to pick up something really heavy, like let's say you lifted up a barbell to do a deadlift that you couldn't lift, right?
Yeah.
You need your wrists to fail, otherwise you'd literally rip your arm out of the sockets of your shoulder.
Yeah. And there's something called bouldering, right? Check out bouldering. It's a sport. It's like rock climbing, but they don't use any equipment, and they don't even use their legs. Sometimes you just climb up with the hands real quick. Yeah, they use their legs, to push up, but some of them are so strong with their arms that they can hang and do all sorts of stuff with just their fingertips. But bouldering is a good sport. Try and check that out. There's even a professional. When you're at school, did you ever play It or Had or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's all them games,
there's a professional version of that. Check that out, bro. It's crazy.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Professional sport. I don't remember the name they've given it, but it's just the same sport. Tag, maybe professional tag.
Professional tag.
It's the American name, isn't it? Tag.
Yeah.
Jordan called me a wet wipe. Thank you very much, Jordan. Thank you all.
What is it with you and Jordan, man?
I don't know,
It's
bro.
weird, bro. It's like it's really weird. It's like a love-hate relationship. It's like.
Pick up Jordan. You can jump on anytime.
Jordan, you on your way home from the gym again? Goes weird times, isn't it?
Yes, brother.
You're reasonable. Would you consider yourself a fit person? Would you say you're a athletic person?
Not as fit as I want to be. No.
There's this challenge I've seen on YouTube that I don't know where it came from. I think it came from America, where these people, they do push-ups, not the conventional up and down push-up. They'll put on a song, bring Sally up, bring Sally down. And when you hear the word bring Sally up, you stay up until the song goes bring Sally down, then you go down. And then in between there's a chorus, you stay down until the chorus finishes, then it says bring Sally up, and then you go back up. And the song is about 3.5 minutes long, and you have to do it all the way to the end of the song. Very hard. They tried to put that challenge here to some of the people in the American Navy or the Marines, and quite a few of them struggled with it, you know. Because you're going up and then you having to stay there, then you go back down, you have to stay there. So it's not like up and down, normal conventional push-ups.
Yeah,
was,
that's true. It's like you're doing a plank, but above the top and the bottom. But if you want to make your press ups more difficult, just slow them down. Just slowing down your press ups makes them more difficult.
Time under tension.
And if you want to make it even more difficult, put something on your feet, underneath your feet, so your body's more straight. So that way, when you go down, you have more weight on you, and it puts more pressure on your triceps.
Yeah, elevate your feet. Yeah, elevate your feet. And also elevate your feet.
Yeah, the higher you elevate your feet, the more weight your arms are carrying.
Is it better to have your hands close together or wide apart?
It depends. If you have it wider,
of your muscle.
Yeah, so if you have it close together, then it's probably going to work your inner chest.
Yes.
Whereas if you do it wider, then it does the shoulders and the outer chest. You should know this, Khan. I thought nutrition is what you studied, right? You should know different muscle groups are going to be exercised at different positions.
Yeah,
you may be doing a trick question.
I actually done anatomy and physiology as well. Yeah.
He was testing us there.
Yeah, I was testing you, obviously.
All right, what's the deltoid muscle then?
Oh, come off it. You have how many deltoids do you have? All right, the deltoid muscle is made up of how many?
You didn't answer my question, bro. I said, where is the deltoid muscle?
The boulder. It's the boulder. The shoulder boulder.
Okay. All right. What is the latissimus maximus?
The latissimus maximus. I know latissimus dorsi is going to be on your back, running down the side.
Latissimus maximus.
Maximus. I'm not sure. Would it be your lats?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quadriceps.
Quadriceps, yeah. That's your thighs.
Yeah, your quads. So the reason why it's called quads is because there's 4 of them.
I know
are you looking in a book or something?
Yeah, Parkin is going on Google. Oh, how do you spell latissimus maximus? Huh?
No.
Can anyone recommend a good VPN?
Pardon?
Can anyone recommend a good VPN app, like to basically?
Yeah, there's NordVPN and Surfshark.
Yeah,
Surfshark. When I went to UAE, it worked. So yeah, you can use Surfshark.
Surfshark, okay.
I've got experience with that one. Because you can't use WhatsApp over there. Can you believe that? They block WhatsApp, they block Skype. So you have to use one of these VPNs.
Crazy.
That's illegal, that, Reactionary.
What is
to use
a VPN?
Using VPN in the UAE is illegal. You're circumventing
know
their
that.
ban. Yeah, you're circumventing their ban on WhatsApp and these video call messages.
Yeah. Okay. Alhamdulillah.
Two companies.
And also, if you go to the BBC website or anything that you can normally access, they block you when you're abroad, right? Or they give you sorry, this content is not available in your location. I don't like when they do that.
It's not only in UAE though; it's most it's anywhere outside of the UK.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right.
Being in the UAE is like experiencing what people are like in North Korea. They control your access online, man. You can only use what they approve. You guys familiar with someone called, obviously, you guys know about bodybuilders, Bunny Coleman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally the greatest bodybuilder that ever lived.
Yeah, but he put so much stress on his back now that he's in a wheelchair, you know.
Yeah.
What these bodybuilders don't realize is that the hard work they put in to achieve that perfection is going to have a negative impact in their later life.
Yeah, but it's an addiction. Lifting becomes an addiction.
But he's working his way back to health again, from what I saw
Is he?
last. Yeah.
For the few operations. Have you seen Flex Wheeler? He had one of his legs cut off.
He had his one of the what?
There's one of his legs removed, cut off.
Why?
I don't know, bro. Thanks to bodybuilding.
Wow.
There's this channel called Larry Wheels, right? He's a bodybuilder.
Oh, yeah, Larry Wheels.
Strongman, yeah. He's based in Dubai. And he had some guy from England going over there to attend his gym and done a few workouts with him.
Yeah.
That guy's huge as well. And as he was doing his bench press, his chest detached from his arm, like the muscle popped.
Yeah.
You could see it. Oh man, it was awful.
Oh.
You heard it and you saw it. It's there on YouTube. You can check it out.
Yeah.
Then they opened the GoFundMe campaign to pay for his medical bills. So yeah, raised a lot of money.
There was a documentary done. I think it was on. Was it on BBC or I don't know what channel it was on, about the addiction that these bodybuilders have on steroids, and they discovered with this new kind of synthetic steroids, it's like injecting oil into your muscle, and it's giving this artificial look as if you have muscle, but then you look at the proportions of the rest of the muscles, they really don't match and it looks ugly.
Yeah, there's this famous Indian guy who pumped up his biceps, and like those women who get their buttocks inflated or whatever. Yeah, he's done that to his biceps, his lats. It looks ridiculous, though, man.
Synthetic oil, I think. Yeah, that's what they injected that thing.
Synthol. It's called Synthol. Synthetic oil, yeah.
It's very prevalent in Brazil, you know. A lot of Brazilians are too lazy to go to the gym and they just pump their biceps full of that.
Yeah. That's vanity, man.
Some Bird's Nest Rat Fest says that steroids popped somebody's eye out of their head.
Wow.
That's nasty.
No. So what's on tomorrow, fellas? Anything interesting?
What's the date
Probably
tomorrow?
Probably another dose of the fitness shows.
No, stop.
Yeah. What's the latest with that? Anything interesting? Anything new?
Alhamdulillah, I was away the whole day, just focusing on work. Then back around 9, saw that Zubaydah was live, and that's it, man.
Alhamdulillah. That's good.
What about you? Have you witnessed anything new? I saw that Fast was live at the same time as you, and
Well, I heard he was live earlier today, and yeah, people went on there, and other people were very upset about people going on there, and there was a lot of people falling out with each other
okay.
because they're not towing the party line. You know, why are you going on that channel? You're not supposed to go on that channel, and so there's a lot of this and that happening.
You should throw them back in line, React, man. I think they would listen to you, man. Pass some online fatwas. Don't go here, people. Don't go there.
I got told off for allowing somebody on my panel yesterday, even though they didn't speak. Right? Even though they didn't speak on the panel, I got told off. How could you let them on? What's wrong with you? You need to. I was like, okay. I apologize.
For what?
Yeah,
It's your channel, isn't it?
yeah, well, you know, I can argue, but what's that going to do? It's just going to cause a bigger rift. So I just say, yeah, okay, I was wrong.
You're a troll.
What do I lose by saying that, bro? Nothing.
So is
I have a rest for my ears. I don't get nagged. So much easier.
Can't go wrong.
So is Brother Jordan jumping on the panel today, or he's taking a break?
Yeah. Sorry, bro.
Is Jordan jumping on today, or he's taking a break?
I don't know, bro. Jordan, if you're there, jump on.
I think Jordan achieved his objective. He was buttering you up for a couple of nights in a row until on night 5, he came for the kill.
Yeah. Well, he tried it. He tried it 2 nights in a row. The first night was, you know, what was the first night he was talking about? Yeah. You called us a racist cult, a white cult, or something like that. Yeah. You called us.
Oh, he came back for round 2.
What kind of a Muslim calls us a white cult? And then, yeah, yesterday was round 2. Yesterday, instead of attacking me, he was attacking Ralph, but he's saying, what kind of a Muslim channel would allow Ralph on their channel? That was the kind of sentiment. So
I don't know. I actually agree with Jordan.
what do you agree with Jordan on?
No one should
Why
give
would
Ralph
Muslim
even a second of airtime.
Yeah.
You shouldn't.
Bro, don't go there. Don't go there.
I'm just saying, it's my opinion. I haven't got a channel.
Okay, do you want me to refute you? You said you agree with Jordan, right?
What chefs have you learned from that you need to give your lineage before you can refute me?
You said you agree with Jordan, right? So
yeah.
Didn't Jordan have Banksy and Betty on his channel?
I'm not aware of
that. And made them feel comfortable. Yeah, didn't make them feel uncomfortable.
No. But to be fair, he said that the only time he ever let Banksy on was to, bun him out and be very unpleasant towards him.
Nah,
whereas
bro.
You, on the other hand,
bro, they were special VIP guests.
I'm sure you had Betty on your channel, didn't you?
No.
You've never had Betty on, okay.
No, Big Odds did.
Oh, that was
She's welcome on. I got no problem letting Betty on if she wants a respectful conversation. Yeah.
Well, after what she said about Brother Isa that passed away.
Rahimahullah.
Rahimahullah. Thank you. I couldn't chat to Betty, man. She's a scummy person. So
yep.
To say.
Well, what I've learned recently is that everybody's got personal pain that they project onto others.
Yeah, but sometimes you need to take yourself out of the loop, then, isn't it? Don't
hurt
people.
True. Well, that's why I said if it's a reasonable, respectful conversation, then why not?
I think any Muslim ever letting Betty on.
That's how Isa was, right?
That's the first thing they need to do is apologize for what she said about Isa.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I think someone said Most people on the team.
I remember when Khan came on the scene quite early. He was very close to Big Oz. Remember that, Khan? You and Oz used to be quite close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate him. I don't hate Odds. Odds is Odds, isn't it? Whatever he does it to himself.
Yeah.
There's no point sticking the boot in and making him feel worse.
Oz channel was actually responsible for a lot of these online characters now because they all came through Oz's channel. Gain, Khan, Asif.
No, Gain was around before, way before us.
Was he? You sure?
Yeah.
Asif, Khan, Sid Bash.
Brother Sid.
Sid Bash got a lot of cash.
But he's got a really nasty rash on his tash.
And an unusual sense of fash on. There was a footballer called John Fashanu. Yeah, you could tell, man. My brain is fried.
Comes and goes.
Yeah. A lot of Muslims are happy to listen to Islamophobes on Veli silently without showing that they're watching. But they have issues if Muslims talk to the same people. I don't get it. Yeah, I agree, Russell. Maybe it's because I'm a wet wipe. What's the other one? A wet biscuit. Yeah.
Oh no, soggy biscuit.
Soggy biscuit, madness. Yeah. And the Dawah cults, they always have. Oh, sorry, I'm not going to use that word. The Dawah channels always have. Don't they always have Islamophobes? Don't they debate? Didn't they go and debate David Wood? Yeah, I suppose the argument is, well, they burned fire on him. They weren't friendly with him. So fair enough.
I can only think of one person that debated him, and that was Hijab.
The Jap?
Yeah. Hijab was the one who debated him.
Oh, Hijab. Okay.
Yeah.
I was talking about Tan. I was going to say he's not Japanese.
Who have you debated? Parking ticket?
No one. I don't debate.
Why don't you debate Abu Aisha? Me and at the park have a conversation and
I live too far from the park.
Can you free mix on the internet? What is the definition of free mixing? I need to know. So Khan needs to know what is free mixing.
Are you guys good? Are you guys good at wordplay?
No.
1 second. I'm gonna write something in the side chat. What does that say, Khan?
In the
I'm sure you're familiar with this one.
Let me have a look now. If you read it fast, that's quite rude.
Well, let's see if reactionary's on point. What about that reactionary?
I don't get it. What's that got to do with what Khan just asked you?
He's tired. Leave him.
With what?
No, I get if you say the word quickly what it sounds like, right? But I mean,
okay.
What's that got to do with the question that he asked you? I'm not sure. Was it related or unrelated?
No. I just went to change the subject. We're talking about free mixing.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, it depends on content. What content are you talking about? You're talking about going to protest.
If I'm having a war, right? If I'm fighting a war and the enemy has women coming towards me with choppers and I'm fighting them in the field of battle,
right.
Does that mean, and the women are speaking to me as they're killing me and I'm speaking to them as I'm killing them? Is that free mixing?
No, of course not. That's fighting, isn't it? That's a war.
All right. So if we're walking down the road and I'm not speaking to you and you're not speaking to me, but we're walking in the same road together, is that free mixing?
I don't believe so because You're not intentionally,
Yeah.
you just happen to cross paths.
Yeah. So it's like, do you know when you go shopping around the shopping city and there's white people and they see you, but they don't see you. They never look at you. They never make eye contact with you. They never say, oh, excuse me, when they walk past you. But to each other, they do. To each other, when they cut each other's path, they say, oh, sorry, old chap. And they cross their path, right? But to you, it's like you're invisible to them. Yeah?
Yes.
Is that mixing? It's not mixing, is it? They're not mixing with you. Right.
No.
So you
Your
can be
intention is to go shopping.
Exactly. So why can't you go to a thing?
A protest.
Protest. Yeah.
Because
why would it be regarded as free mixing? I want to know what's the classification, what's the definition, what's the difference. So how do I know when I'm free mixing?
Because your intention is obviously to just go there to walk, right? The point of a protest is to walk in a large crowd, right?
Yeah.
So that large crowd, is that going to be intermixed with different genders? Is that going to be just men?
Let's say I'm racist. I don't like, I don't know, Sri Lankans. And I go to a football match and the intention is to cheer my football team on. But I know that there's going to be a possibility that I'm going to be sitting next to a Sri Lankan, right? But I've got no intention of talking to him. When he asks me what time it is, I'm ignoring him. I'm not offering him none of my popcorn, and we just happen to be there. Am I mixing with him?
Are you aware that he's a Sri Lankan?
Well, you're going to guess it, right? You're going to think 90% chance.
There is nothing that indicates that person to be Sri Lankan based on his appearance unless you converse with him, right?
Yeah, but let's say I'm good at spotting them. And I'm like, this guy definitely, the closest thing is a Bengali, and I'm saying he ain't a Bengali.
No, it could be Indian.
I've been sitting
as well.
next to him for 1 hour. He never said Alhamdulillah once. I'm guessing he's Sri Lankan.
What about Indian? How would you rule that out?
Indians are tall and thin. Sri Lankans are short
No.
and hairy.
That's just stereotyping people, man. No. But then again, you did say he was a racist.
I said in this scenario, imagine if I was racist.
Yeah, but even the racist can be wrong, right?
All right, listen. Online, yeah. Let's say, for example, I go on a panel and there's females and males there. Is that free mixing? We're talking about, let's say, on the panel, we're talking about racism in the United Kingdom. And,
it can fall into.
I'm not talking to them about what they ate for breakfast, how many children they got. I don't even know their names. There's just an.
It doesn't matter what you talk to them about.
I don't know their real names, but it does.
You know that if you know that they're there, and you're conversing with them, regardless of what the topic is, it could fall into a free mixing, depending on what the ulama have said. It's possible.
Yeah, it could fall into free mixing, but is it just by men and women being together? Does that make it free mixing?
Possibly, yes.
No.
Not just,
Go and read up.
Look. If you go out here to go shopping, your intention is to go shopping, and you're aware that the other genders are going to be there, right? Mm-hmm. Then that's no intention. If you go to a large crowd to just walk with no end goal, and you know that there's going to be, the opposite gender is going to be there, then that's free mixing, because obviously you're going to be there, aware that they're going to be there.
I think you're making a case, but I don't think it's like decisively victory for you. I think that there's a grey area there where, like, you haven't fully convinced me that if I'm, let's say, for example,
I'm probably you're right, but I'm probably not the best person to convince you. But for myself, it's clear on that stance, isn't it?
Right.
Plus,
isn't it what the mixing will lead to, Khan, right? It's what the mixing will lead to. Now, you may end up exchanging personal details and end up being alone together. And that's what's going to be haram, being alone together. Also, the woman you're speaking to may speak in a sort of seductive voice. So you may be at home alone, you go to bed, and you're thinking about her.
Right.
That you could do, end up in sort of haram situations.
Could end up.
Yeah, could. Yeah. And the Sharia tries to prevent those things that lead to haram.
Yeah.
That's why we don't look at women. We're told not to look at a woman. We lower our gaze. You're not touching her, but looking is considered zina as well, because it leads to zina. It's the first step that leads to zina.
Zina, you have to actively avoid that. That's a fact.
Yeah.
But what a lot of people don't know is that they have this idea that zina is only, penetrative intimacy. That's not only zina, that's the pinnacle of zina. Other things can lead to zina, looking, interacting, or thinking about things. These kind of things, they could lead to zina.
Yeah.
That's a good question from Mark Smith. What do you think of that one?
If there are a bunch of women gossiping and arguing in the kitchen, would you go in there and get involved? Me personally, are these women my relatives? Are they my family members? Well,
try answering it without a question, bro.
Whose kitchen?
Bare questions coming out. Just answer.
Look, if they were my mahram, meaning sisters of mine.
If telling them to stop gossiping is, me telling them to stop gossiping is me getting involved, then yeah, I would do that.
Yeah, if they're family, then yeah, I'll tell them. If they're strangers, why would you have strangers in your kitchen, though?
Exactly, that's the stupid part of the question.
Yes.
Would you tell them to stop gossiping, or would you try and find out what they're gossiping about to take a side?
How would I know what they're gossiping?
I know some people
about, though.
I know some people would actually take the latter one that we actually introduced.
But how would you know? How would you know what they're gossiping about, or if they're gossiping? You have to carry out
I guess it's like, isn't it like Discord? You enter a room or a VC. There's a bunch of people arguing. You got no clue what they're arguing about, but you listen and you ask, and you get filled in on what the issue is, and then you give your opinion, right? You say, "Oh yeah, obviously you're right," or you'll say, "Yeah, reactionary's right because he's always right."
True that, very true.
Do you know what I mean? So isn't it the same thing?
You just raised a good point, reactionary, because now the question would be, would people react differently if he was online than they would be in their own kitchen?
Oh, Sully, while you're there, bro, I'm carrying out a poll. I'm asking questions of my own, yeah? Can you help me? Because I'm trying to raise some data. I'm going to ask you a question, yeah? But first I'm going to say a statement. You have to answer the question, right? Are you listening? The statement is...
Siri.
Suhaib.
Oh,
go on.
Suhaib, the statement is, right? You have to answer the question. The question is, how many gods are there? The statement before it comes this: there is no God but God. How many gods are there?
One.
Thank you.
Khan, you're only going to end up getting angry and leaving the call. So let's just leave it. We've had this discussion before.
Right, see,
I don't know why Rando didn't jump.
One minute. See, if you're saying there is no God but God, all right, and that means that there's only one God, yeah. And someone else says to you, no, there's more gods than God, and you're saying, well, who are these gods? And they say these gods are fake gods. Does that make sense?
To say that these people, they take these idols as God, we'd be talking from a third person point of view of the Muslims. So if they see their idols, these man-made idols as a God, that doesn't mean we should acknowledge it as a God. I just acknowledge it as an idol.
Exactly. Suhaib just nailed it. Thank you, Suhaib. Alhamdulillah.
The reactionary is more reactionary is more, holding on to the word God, because that's what these Muslim kings use to identify their idols.
So what we have is scholars who've studied Islam for many years and qualified with other scholars. who describe it the way I described it. And then we have Khan, who's right.
I don't think Bilal Phillips actually described it as multiple gods, though. I think that was inferred by you in the reactionary.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam.
Oh, Khan. What are we gonna do, mate? What are we gonna do? Okay, so Shai, basically, the situation is this, yeah? When Allah says La ilaha illallah, right? Or when we're commanded, to say La ilaha illallah, right? We are negating all other gods, right? Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Khan is saying that is false.
La ilaha. La ilaha.
When you say negating, do you mean negating them from existence?
No, negating their reality. They are not gods.
No, negating them from worship.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Negating them from worship.
No, but 1 minute. Are there gods that exist that are not worthy of worship?
Yes.
So these gods, do they exist? Are they in existence?
They exist to the person who's worshipping them, yes.
So your reality is dictated by your belief.
Yeah.
So if I believe in something, does that mean that thing exists? If I believe in aliens, does that mean aliens exist?
No, that doesn't mean they exist in reality. It means they exist to you. Does that make sense? It's your perception.
Yeah, it makes sense, but it's not relevant to the passage.
What?
I said it's not relevant to the passage.
Mm-hmm.
The passage says there is no God but God. How many gods are there?
There is no God. All other gods are false, except Allah.
So all the false gods, they don't exist. It
Yeah,
doesn't
they are
matter who
false.
believes
They are
in
not
them or
gods.
who. But bro, listen to what I'm saying to you. There is no God but God. How many gods are there?
There is no true God that's worthy of worship except Allah.
Right? So the false gods, do they exist?
As false gods, yes, they do.
In form of idols.
Yeah, as in the form of idols, in the form of your desires, in the form of money, in the form of whatever you make your ilah, right? Whatever your object of worship is, that object itself is a false god, is not a god.
All right. There is no God but God. Right? How many gods are there?
Do you mean true gods or what?
Right. If I said to you, yeah, there is no chocolate other than chocolate. What does that mean? Does that make sense?
No,
Doesn't,
because
doesn't,
No.
doesn't, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It
It
doesn't.
make sense.
It doesn't make
Oh,
sense. All right. If I said to you, there is no chocolate other than Cadbury's, does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. Yeah. But what does
Because
that
now you
show
identified
you?
it.
What
now
does
you
that show
identify
you?
the
That
chocolate.
shows you that to me personally, I identify Cadbury chocolate as real chocolate, and all the other chocolates that exist, I'm what's the word that you used? Negating them. Right? So if I said to you there is no chocolate other than Cadbury's, and you ask me how many chocolates are there, I would have to say to you there is the best chocolate or the real chocolate, and then there's the other chocolates which are fake chocolates. Right? All right. And if you said to me, okay, how do you determine what's a real chocolate and a fake chocolate? I'll tell you, according to the European Convention of Food and Safety Standards, chocolate has to contain more than 50% cocoa for it to be regarded as chocolate. Okay, so now we've identified that there's something that's really chocolate and something that's fake chocolate. It appears to be chocolate, but it's not chocolate. Right? Like when you buy them fake, them cheap peanuts that are coated in chocolate, but you know, looks like chocolate and tastes like chocolate, but there's no cocoa in there at all. You know it's not chocolate, right? It's fake chocolate. Have you ever eaten fake chocolate?
No.
Can we just go back to the gods thing? Because I don't know this analogy. I don't.
You don't want to answer any of my questions, so what are we talking about? I don't understand. You just came on here and made a statement, and you said Khan said this, but I actually never said that. So you basically lied on me.
I apologize.
That's fine. It's a really bad habit. Shouldn't do it. What happened was me and Reaction was having a conversation. He said, La ilaha illallah means there's no other God than Allah that's worthy of worship. And I said to him, yeah, but by that statement, we are not confirming the existence of gods other than Allah. And he said,
You know what, Khan? Khan,
he said like
Khan,
that.
I think it would be prudent to have a bit of humility in this situation, right?
No.
Do you think that would be a good idea?
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
I'm going to ask you.
And as a Muslim, you're not answering me.
Okay.
And
so when the Prophet ﷺ destroyed the idols in Mecca,
yeah,
how many gods were in the Kaaba?
Since the dawn of creation till today, there has only ever been one God. That's Allah.
How many gods were in the Kaaba?
None. There was idols in there.
Okay.
360.
There was only idols in
360.
there. Idols. 360 idols.
Idols, you call them.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't recognize them as gods.
Okay. Here is a verse in Surah Al-An'am, ayah number 74. Allah said, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وإذ قال إبراهيم لأبيه آزر أتتخذ أصناما آلهة. Do you understand this? When Ibrahim said to his father,
Yo, you cutting out, bro.
sorry, did you hear the ayah that I recited?
Yeah. You heard the ayah, but you was in the middle of the translation. You cut out at the part the father.
Yeah. So when Ibrahim spoke to his father Azar and said, "Are you taking the idols as gods?"
Right.
Thank you. So they took them as gods. So they took them as gods.
Bro, as gods. If I take
what does that mean as gods?
If I take dog shit as Nutella, does that make it Nutella? No, it doesn't. It means that I might accidentally eat it though.
All right. Okay. All right.
Wait. Hold on, Khan. Khan, what is a god to you? What do you understand to be a god?
No, there's no such thing as a god. There's God, and then there's nothing else. They don't exist.
Okay.
We're
what
basically
does God, what is the
denying
word? Okay. What does the word ilah or God mean to you?
Jordan, jump on, brother. Jump on. You need to jump on.
Because I'll explain quickly what it means to me, right? It means an object that's being worshipped. So devotion, sacrifices being made to it, etc. is being worshipped, right? So that could be anything. Anything could be worshipped. Is that true or false?
No, go on, explain. I'm listening to you. This is interesting. You're saying that the word ilah means something that's taken as a god.
Yeah, something that is worshipped. Yeah.
Okay. My question to you is, does the statement La ilaha illallah refute the existence?
It refutes the existence of the right of worship. Nothing deserves
the fact that they're actually not gods, they're just being taken as gods. So in existence, are they actually existing as gods? In existence, in reality, are they gods?
Khan, let's go step by step first, because we need to go to first principles, right? Let's just go to break it down to its core components. What is a god in Islam? A god is something that is worshipped, right? That's our definition of.
When we translate that.
Okay, ilah is something ma'luh, right? Something ma'bud, something that is worshipped, right? Ma'bud, ibadah, you worship it, right? An object that is worshipped. That's in Islam. That's our definition. Anything that is worshipped is considered an ilah, a god. If you want to translate ilah to God, that's how you would understand it. Yeah.
Right.
So this can be anything. It can literally
Okay.
be anything.
I understand that. We're not arguing on that point. The
Okay.
point is,
So
does
next
the
step.
statement,
Next
does
step.
this go on?
Let's
Go on,
build
go
on
on,
that.
go on,
Let's
go on.
build on that. Let's build on that.
Okay.
So anything can be worshipped.
Yeah.
What has the right to be worshipped?
Only Allah.
That's it. That's what La ilaha illallah means.
Yeah,
Only
that's the-
Allah has
that's
the
the
right
tough-
to be worshipped.
That's the tafsir
Every
of
other-
it. That's the
every-
explanation of. That's the explanation of it, right?
If you go away from this explanation, then you're deficient in your understanding of La ilaha illallah.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you're taking at face value without explaining it, in other words, you're translating the statement into English, right? You're taking the Arabic words and you're translating them into English. And in English, the translation is, for example, one of the translations could be, there is no God but God, right? So when we say there is no God but God, we're saying that the first reference of the word God in this sentence is referring to fake gods, right? So if something is fake, a fake God is not a God, right? So
It's
the
a false
statement
God.
is a false, yeah,
But
false
Khan,
God or a fake
Khan,
God.
Falsely
Khan,
worshipped.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'll bring
But
you
you're not
another
let-
verse from the Quran.
You're cutting me. You're not letting me finish what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying to you is the statement, La ilaha, yeah, means there is no God, but there is Allah. So that statement itself refutes the existence of gods, plural gods. It refutes the existence. It's saying there are no gods. There is only Allah. So these gods, they're not God. They don't exist. That's my point. If I'm saying to you, La ilaha illallah, how many gods are there? And you're going to me, well, the word ilaha means God, but it also
Khan,
applies
you're
to...
you're repeating yourself, right?
One minute,
you
one
repeated
minute.
yourself many
One
times.
sec, one sec, please. Just have a little bit
Come
of
on, bro.
patience, yeah? I never
Yeah,
received
go
the education you did. If you're saying to me, ilaha or ilahi means God, but it means Allah, and it also means fake gods. That doesn't make sense. You're saying la ilaha illallah. You're using the word ilaha twice in that sentence. So when you translate it into English and you translate it as God, it says there is no God but God, right? So if there is no God but God, then how many gods are there? So there's one God, right? So we're
No,
refuting the
there's
existence.
millions of things. No, that's incorrect. There's millions of things that are worshipped. There's only one thing that deserves the worship. Well, astaghfirullah, not thing. There's one being that deserves that worship. That's all that's being said in our kalima. If you're missing that point, then I don't know what to say. I really don't know how I can break it down even more simply than that.
Now, what I'm asking you is this. Are you using the word ilahi twice in one sentence when you say la ilaha illallah?
If we're using the word ilah twice in one sentence.
Yeah.
La ilaha. So bro, do you understand what it means by la ilaha? Firstly, what's ilah?
Both. We're using the word ilahi or ilaha or illallah, right? Twice in the same sentence. So when we translate it and we say there is no God but God, every time we translate the word God into Arabic, yeah. All right, look, let's translate. Look, help me out, yeah. Let's translate it the other way around. So when I say
Sid agrees with you, bro. Sid agrees.
When I say it the other way around, when I say in English and you translate it into Arabic for me, every time I say the word God, say the Arabic equivalent in that same passage, regardless of the
meaning. Regardless of the meaning.
No, the grammatical changes that may occur.
It's not about the grammar. If you miss the understanding, if you don't know what ilah means, then you miss it completely.
All right.
You're
So,
going above the point. Like you're completely missing it.
so what I'm saying to you is, when it says La ilaha illallah, is the same word for God being used twice.
The same word for God being used twice.
In Arabic.
La ilaha. And what Allah? Are you talking about Allah as well?
No, leave Allah out of it. It says,
I think we need a Dawah person to come and jump on. Is one of the Dawah channel representatives here that can come and help? Sorry, brothers.
It's gonna be a difficult one.
Jordan M, yes, please. We need your help here. The EF Dawah assistance is required.
so, Brando, in the last two words of that sentence, La ilaha illallah. So, illallah, translate illallah, please, for me.
Except Allah.
La.
That's literally so. Illa or illa, it literally means except.
So it says no. So let's translate that as no God except Allah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
There's no God worthy of worship except Allah. Yeah.
Okay. So when we translate the word God, right? What is the definition of that word?
Something that is worshipped.
Khan, what you need to understand is at the time when Islam was revealed, these pagan Quraysh, they worshipped 360 idols, but they also believed in Allah as well.
Right. Okay. So when we say
they believed in Allah,
1 minute,
but
I'm talking
they
to
gave
Randall.
they assigned partners.
Give me
They
1
assigned
second.
partners to him.
1 second. I'm working here, but let me work. Yeah. So Randall, when we say La ilaha, what does that mean?
La ilaha. There is no thing worthy of worship, no deity worthy of worship, no object worthy of worship.
Or there is no God other than Allah.
There is not just okay. I think we should maybe God is the confusing thing here. Let's drop God. Let's drop that out of the definition, translation. Let's say that's a bad translation or maybe definition. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is here. Let's leave that out completely. Let's say there is nothing worthy of worship. There is no object worthy of worship. I think that's clearer.
Yeah, I'm not.
Jordan's going to come and educate you now, Khan. He's going to come.
I'm open to being educated.
Yeah.
But
all right, Khan. Look up this verse in the Quran, Surah Maryam, right? Verse number 81. Sorry, verse number 81. Can you look it up, or do you want me to?
No, listen. No, look. Let's stick
All
to
right.
the verse. Let's stick to
All
the
right.
verse.
Well,
at
check.
hand.
No. All right. So this verse says, "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim." وَاتَّخَذُوا مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ آلِهَةً لِيَكُونُوا لَهُمْ عِزًّا. Does anybody have the translation?
Yeah.
Surah Maryam.
Surah Maryam, yeah. And they have taken وَاتَّخَذُوا مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ, and they have taken besides Allah false deities, that they would be for them a source of honor. لِيَكُونُوا لَهُمْ عِزًّا.
Well, they put English false deities there, but in Arabic it says min dunillah.
Keep cutting.
Min dunillah. وَاتَّخَذُوا مِن
Yeah,
دُونِ
you cut
اللَّهِ.
out again.
Yeah, it says وَاتَّخَذُوا مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ آلِهَةً.
Yeah.
Right? It
Right.
doesn't say
Let
false.
me ask one question,
It's
and then
That's
let me ask one
that's
question,
correct,
and
yeah,
then I'm
that's correct.
going to give up. Yeah. When we say La ilaha illallah, when we say like La ilaha, does Allah come under
Rabbi,
the category
sorry,
of
Khan.
Bro, this is what
Khan,
you lot
sorry,
do, man.
please,
Are you trying to help
no,
me learn?
please.
Are you trying to help me learn?
One moment. No, 1 moment, Khan. Afford me the respect of addressing the point that I raised to you and not going back to the,
No, but it's a
the same
distraction.
argument.
But there's
No,
one
it's not a
sentence here that
distraction.
we're looking at.
No, you keep bringing it back to this. You keep repeating the same thing. I'm trying to show you the meaning of the word ilah and aliha. How it's used.
Is God
Allah
ilah?
said,
Bro, is Allah ilah?
Allah is al-ilah.
Al-ilah. So he's also a ilah, yeah? The ilah.
He's the ilah. Sorry?
Right. Yeah, so he's the ilah. So he's also a ilah.
Yeah, he's ilah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when we say la ilah, we're saying there is no God other than God. The God. There's no God other than the God, the one true God.
Yeah.
So how many gods are there?
There's millions. There's one true one.
But we just said there is none.
Are you confused on the
bruv.
meaning of ilah again? Or
I don't know.
what does ilah mean to you, Khan?
Yeah, like, can you just deal with the...
I'm not confused on anything apart from the first word, which is la. What is la?
No. La means no, exception.
When you say something is no, does that mean you're saying that this thing doesn't exist? There is no.
Yeah, so what doesn't exist? What's ilah? What does ilah mean to you?
Bro, I'm just asking you a simple question. When we say la ilah, we're saying that these ilahs that we're talking about, these gods that we're talking about, they don't exist. There is none.
Yeah.
No, Khan, you're not understanding, bruv. Look, you know when we say Alhamdu, right? In Surah Al-Fatiha.
Yeah.
Can you please follow with me right here, right? Alhamdu. What does that mean? We say Alhamdulillah.
I know what it means, but like to translate it syllable for syllable, I've never tried that before.
So
I don't want to say it wrong.
All right, so this is Arabic, right? You have the word hamd.
Yeah,
hamd, which comes from hamada. So this would be a verb. Hamad, if you said hamada, somebody praised somebody, to thank somebody, to praise them. Okay, hamada. Now, when you precede the word hamada, right? So this acknowledges that there exists something called praise, right? It's called hamd. Now, when you say al-hamd, you put the al before it. What does that do to the word?
You tell me.
Al, it means it's the praise.
All right.
Alhamdu. So it acknowledges that there's praise, but now this is talking about the praise.
Alhamdulillah.
The praise. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Now,
Alhamdulillah means the ilah that is worthy
ilah,
of praise. It refers to Allah.
Ilah, the word ilah means
God. Yeah. The God that is worthy of praise.
Al-ilah, Allah is al-ilah. He is the God. There are gods, because in Arabic, there's a plural word of ilah. It's called aliha. If there was no other God, you wouldn't have the word aliha. And Allah said in the Quran that they have taken besides Allah gods. They have taken besides Allah aliha.
Yeah, but they have taken.
Yes.
Doesn't mean that those gods exist.
They have taken besides Allah aliha, gods. How can they not exist? If they didn't exist, Allah wouldn't say they've taken them as gods. That they have taken besides Allah gods.
They have taken idols as gods. They've taken things.
No, you're misinterpreting the verse.
Power as
gods
that they worship. That they believe that has power in it.
The verse I'm quoting. The verse I'm quoting to you is in Surah Maryam. وَاتَّخَذُوا مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ آلِهَةً. They have taken besides Allah gods.
Right.
So Allah is acknowledging the existence of gods.
But what I'm asking you is, what is your definition of gods? And you're saying something that is worshipped. Now, if that's the actual definition of something that is worshipped is God, then obviously I can't argue with you, can I? But what I'm saying is the fact of something being worshipped, does that what makes it a god? So if I start
let me answer you then.
If I start worshipping my charger,
I got your question.
Does that make it a god?
Khan, bro, you asked it, and I'm trying to answer you. If you, this is why we study something called Tawheed. Tawheed, we have Tawheed, 3 types of Tawheed. The first one is Rububiyyah. What's Tawheed al-Rububiyyah? This is singling out Allah with His actions, with regards to His actions, right?
Bro,
can you follow along? I'm answering you.
My first question to you was: does the statement?
You're not listening, Khan.
I don't really need to talk to. I don't really need to talk to you anymore. I'm fine.
Why?
Because you're not teaching me what I'm asking you.
I'm
saying to you,
but you're asking the same question that we've answered. You just haven't understood the answer.
Listen, I said to you that La ilaha illallah does not confirm the existence of other gods except for Allah. We're not doing that. And you said to me, wait a minute, what does illallah mean? Or what does ilah mean? It means something that's worshipped, right? And I said to you, yeah, in Arabic, ilah means something that's worshipped. But in English, when you translate it into God, right? When we're talking about a god, something that's worshipped automatically become a god, logically speaking. If I start worshipping
that's the definition of God.
my nail clipper, does it become
But I'm
a god?
trying to, Khan, I'm
Yes,
answering you.
exactly.
Yeah, I'm answering you, Khan. Sorry, Tawheed al-Rububiyyah deals with Allah's actions. Then we have Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah. The word, it comes from the word ilah. This has two aspects. Tawheed al-Ibadah and Tawheed al-Ilah Uluhiyyah.
All right.
Correct me, please, Rando, if I'm wrong.
Can I ask
Right?
Rando a question?
Why is it called Tawheed
Rando,
al-Uluhiyyah?
let me ask you a
Flipping hell.
question.
Wait,
One
Come on,
minute,
you
bro.
need to listen, bruv.
Bro, listen, I need to identify to
Why are we
you.
talking if you're not going to
Bro,
listen? It doesn't
listen
make
to
any
me.
sense.
Let me identify to you what the problem
You're
is.
not listening.
And tell me if I'm wrong.
You're just
To me,
arguing.
it seems, I'm not arguing. What I'm saying to you is, it seems to me that, unless I'm misunderstanding it, the word ilah is a definition for Allah and also for fake gods, the same word.
Yeah, an object that is worshipped. Is Allah worshipped?
Yeah.
Is Jesus worshipped?
But is Allah an object though?
Hold on. Is Jesus worshipped?
Yeah.
Is an idol worshipped?
Yeah.
They are all gods.
I understand what you're saying, but you've not answered my question.
Sorry.
My question is, the word ilah is used to describe both Allah, the ilah, and also fake ilahs, which are puts or statues or idols.
Yeah.
You're using the same word to describe both of these things.
Yes.
Right. So for me, that's confusing. That's all I'm saying.
Because the definition of ilah is maybe, bro, if you just understand one thing, ilah, what we're saying to you, ilah literally, okay, I don't know if you're going to use English, you're going to go back to English, but ilah in Arabic is something that is worshipped. This now means anything that can be worshipped. Anything. You can get a water bottle, you start worshipping it. You can get a computer, worship it. You can worship the clouds, you can worship the rain. Whatever you worship, it's considered an ilah. Is that part clear so far?
Yeah.
I'll move on to the next step. Okay.
No, okay. But my
brilliant.
question to
so
you
when
is,
we say, okay.
I understand what you're saying. I accept what you're saying. Tick that box. Yeah, that's done. Right.
Okay.
Moving
So
on
when
to
we
the
say,
next thing now. Moving on to the next thing now.
Okay.
In Islam, right, apart from God, Allah, are there other gods? In other words, are there other gods, real gods, not fake gods?
As in gods that are real, they deserve to be worshipped, or what?
Yeah. Are there real gods that exist?
No, there's nothing else that deserves to be worshipped.
But are there real gods?
No, so remember, ilah means something that is worshipped.
Okay. Well, I get it. Okay.
So people can worship something.
So, Rando, I think I understand what Khan's argument is.
Okay.
He is his argument is that when you say La ilaha, you're negating. He thinks that you're negating another Allah. Another Allah exists.
No,
So in reality,
not another Allah, any other illahs apart from Allah.
Yeah, you're negating.
So there's only one Allah. Okay,
Yeah,
but these
exactly.
other false deities are being negated. Just like Rando said, they could be in anything from a water bottle or idols, just like the 360 idols. But these Quraysh people, not only did they worship those 360 idols, they also worship. No, I don't know about if they worship, but they believed in Allah.
But listen to what I'm saying to you. Let's say if I said to you, if you come up to me and said, I'm a Hindu, and I said to you, your God is not a God, right? Do I have to add the word fake in there? Your God is a fake God. Do I have to say that?
Fake as in it doesn't deserve to be worshipped.
Yeah.
Yeah. If that's
your meaning. If I say to you, your God is not a God, is that the same as me saying your God is not a real God?
Yeah, your God does not deserve to be worshipped. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm basically negating or removing
worship.
from existence the actual reality that exists, that their God does not exist in reality, basically is what I'm saying. It's that they're imagining it.
No,
It
their God
doesn't-
exists. No, I'm saying their God exists because they are worshipping it. If they stop worshipping it, and worship the one true God, the one that deserves to be worshipped, because it's about the worship, bro. It's a relationship. You have to remember, it's a relationship between the person worshipping and the object that's being worshipped. If
All right, I get it. I get it. I get it. I
Wait,
get
wait,
it. I
wait,
get
but
it.
do
I get it, I
you see
get
what
it.
you just did there, Rondo? Do you see what you just did?
Mm.
First, you said it's a the God exists. When you said there's a relationship between the person and the object, now
Yeah.
you demoted the word God to an object. So that
Well,
always means that
sorry,
the object is always being
in-
seen.
Sorry,
Yeah,
when
the
I say
object that's being worshipped, the idol, is seen as a God by the person who worships it.
yeah,
It's nothing more but a man-made idol.
yeah, exactly, yeah. That's correct, yeah. So if someone makes an idol, they put it there and they start worshipping it, that is now a God to them because they started worshipping it.
Your Hawa can be taken as a god. You can
Yeah.
you can worship
What about
your
devil
desires.
worshippers? What about devil worshippers?
Same thing as them worshipping Jesus. It's like it's the same thing.
Mhm.
They're making something else a god that does not deserve to be worshipped.
Mhm.
So in that sense, it's incorrect. It's a crime essentially. This is why shirk is a crime. It's the greatest crime because you're taking away the right of Allah and you're giving it to other creatures or beings or things and objects.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's the greatest oppression.
Mhm.
It's for that reason, bro. Because it's because of the worship of the person. They made something else an object of worship. And that thing is now Allah, ilah. It's an ilah. Yeah.
So
when we say
basically,
la ilaha,
an ilah
nothing deserves to be worshipped.
shouldn't really be translated as a god. Then that's what's creating the confusion. That
Yeah,
a god and an ilah is not exactly thing explaining the same thing. It's not explaining the same thing at all, is it? Really? Like,
yeah, if you feel like God is a deficient translation, then don't use it. Say a better translation from what we just discovered is that the way that people say it, there is none that deserves to be worshipped except Allah. Right? So we say la ilaha, nothing has the right to be worshipped except Allah.
I get it now. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Obviously, like you have to know Arabic, innit? And the meaning of the words. So when someone tells you ilah means God and Allah means al-ilah, which means the God, that's not just explaining things properly. That's
Al-ilah is not the same as Allah. Right? Al-ilah is one of Allah's names, and Allah is another one of Allah's names.
I get it.
You sure?
100%.
Okay. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm glad nobody jumped off the call today.
No, I wasn't jumping off because of the subject matter. It's just a certain person kept.
At one point, I was a bit worried
speeding up things quicker than I could understand it.
Yeah.
At one point, I was a bit worried that Khan might be putting the back chat. Got a bit heated between them. Yeah.
I was trying to think of a sort of analogy, and all I could think of was the. You ever seen that film with Paul Hogan? The crocodile hunter, Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah.
Do you remember some people came up to him to rob him with a knife?
Mm-hmm.
And he brought a machete.
He goes, he brought out a machete. He said, "That's not a knife. That's a knife." So, in other words, their knives were not worth.
The voice is gone.
He keeps cutting, but yeah, that was a beautiful comparison.
So, in other words, their knives didn't have the qualities that deserved them to be called knives.
I get your point.
Like his was worthy of being called a knife. It had the deserving qualities.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it's acceptable to use that as an example, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it does.
Okay, cool. Let's move on. What else can
And
we
the
talk
good thing
about,
is,
man?
you're the winner here.
Randall.
Mm.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying not. I'm saying Randall. What is regarded as free mixing, and what is regarded as just men and women kind of like inhabiting the same time and space in on the planet? Like, how can we be around? Basically, can we be in the presence of women without it being mixing with women? Or is the physical presence enough to call it mixing? The
I have a
reason why I'm
feeling
asking,
this topic.
because
Mm.
obviously, being Turkish, like we got our own sort of history and traditions and things like that, and it doesn't always trace back properly to Islam, right? So the program that I was watching showed the Queen Mother, like the mother of the Sultan, and she had her own room, and she had women that would basically wait on her, and in the room there's a screen. So if any men need to come in, like, because she had her own army, right? So her generals would need to come in and speak to her. So they would come into the room, the door would be open, like they would enter the room, and the door would not be closed, it would be left open. And then they would walk up to the screen and they would stand behind the screen and they would speak through the screen, but they couldn't see it. I'm saying that it seems to me, by looking at that, if that's correct etiquette, that a woman and a man can be in the same room without it being regarded as mixing. Is that true? Or are these ancient ancestors of mine getting it wrong?
When you say the same room, is
Same
it just
room, yeah.
they're alone? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not, unless they're mahram to each other, that's not permissible.
Even if there's
That's called
a veil between them.
yeah, even if there's a veil, because that's called khalwa, that's being in seclusion.
Okay, so let's say the woman has a thing with her, like a handmaiden.
I don't know. I personally wouldn't be in that. I would avoid that kind of situation. If I'm being completely honest.
Okay.
That's a sticky situation, man.
Wow.
But
I hear what you're saying, bro. So what the thing is that what led me to think, I was thinking, do you know what, if that's acceptable, right, then why isn't being in an online forum where you can't see somebody's face, they're hiding behind the avatar, and let's say, for example, there's 5 men and 3 women having a conversation about racism, for example, like, could we then regard that as free mixing?
well, this is the thing. So when people say free mixing, from what I understood, and I could easily be wrong, so anybody can correct me, right? Free mixing is when there's a lack of decorum, etiquette, like manners, when you start breaking basically Islamic guidance and stuff. It's basically when you start, if you want to, lack of a better term, you start flirting or stuff like that. Things can easily go wrong. Yeah, it's better to avoid that if that's the kind of gathering that you're in. But if there's a conversation and it's productive, etc., and inshallah, I don't think there'll be a problem with that. Why are we referencing with you? Oh, okay. Okay, I can't. No comment.
Yeah, you already asked that question like a few minutes back. You know that, right? And we already answered that.
Who, me?
Yeah, you keep repeating the same questions. I don't understand. Right?
I got a bad memory. I've got brain damage.
There's nothing wrong with that reaction, everyone. Asking questions is actually good.
True. Yeah. It benefits people.
Yes.
It's good.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
The
So
mystery,
even Sid was trying to educate.
The mystery has been revealed.
Which mystery is that?
The meaning of the word ilah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Beautiful, lovely. Glad we're all on the same page.
Don't be, don't feel shy of anything to ask question. If you want to ask questions, you should ask questions. You don't
Yeah,
know.
definitely, man. Definitely. There's two types of people that don't learn it. The mustahi and mustakbir. The person who's shy, excessively shy, or too shy to ask a question, and the person who's too arrogant.
Yeah.
Those are the two people that don't want to learn.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Thanks for your patience. Anyway, it was.
Brandon, what would you say the difference between arrogant and pride is?
You have to use the dictionary for that.
It's the difference between how Khan feels and how Khan speaks.
Which is that Allah said wouldn't enter Jannah? Is it whoever has a little ounce of pride, or is it arrogance? Atom weight of arrogance or pride?
I can't remember. I can't remember. Wallah. I need to check. I don't know if reaction knows. If anyone else in the chat.
Isn't it kibir?
Kibir is arrogance, right?
I think you translate it as arrogance. Everyone's saying that in the chat.
And that pride is only reserved to Allah.
They have some, like, these are English words we're using to translate an Arabic word. It depends how it's used, I suppose. Arrogance, pride. Like, if you're fighting in battle, you need to fight with pride, don't you?
Yeah.
You should have pride over your family and your children and your wives, etc.
Nah, I think if you fight, you have to fight for the sake of Allah.
Aren't you proud of your children when they do well at school?
You're happy for your kids.
Yeah, it's cool. That's called being proud of them, right? It's a sense of honor. But kibr, it means to make yourself better than something, greater than.
Yeah, that's arrogance.
Mm.
You can be proudful without being you can be proudful of someone's actions without having pride.
Well, you keep saying pride. See, here's the problem when we're trying to learn Islam with English. We're relying on translations of words which may not actually be always appropriate. So what you need to look at as the basis is the Arabic and then interpret it.
Interesting, man.
So if you look at the name Kibr, right? Kibr. That is the same root word for when you say Allahu Akbar.
You know what? It sounds very similar to a word in Turkish, kabar. Kabar means swollen, like puffed up.
Yeah. So that word.
And also reminds me of Qibla, which is something that is erect and standing, right?
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, but takabbur, right? You have kabura. Kabura maqtan inda Allahi an taqulu ma la taf'alun. Like, well, what else do we have? So, Allahu Akbar, the most great. Allah is the most great. Now, if you consider yourself greater than something else, you're either justified in that statement or you're unjustified.
So what would you say to those people that refrain from using the word great to describe people? You know, when they use the word GOAT, for example, they say, oh, that guy, he's the greatest in his field of sports.
That's called tafdeel, really, isn't it? Like, no, tafdeel is preference. Preference, my bad. But greatest, yeah. You can say somebody was better than someone else at something.
No, being better is one thing. To say the greatest, meaning that you're putting yourself above everyone else. Like, for example, Muhammad Ali, he used to call himself the greatest. The greatest should only be...
What does the name Ali mean?
High.
The highest.
High just means high. Al-Ali would be the highest. And that's one of Allah's names. Al-Aliyul Kabir. The high, the most high, the most great.
Maybe they mistranslated it then. Because I swear that's like when he takes that name Ali and then he starts saying, I'm the greatest.
Yeah. I don't get why this parasite hangs on your channel, man.
Which one?
This parasite Arasid.
Who the fuck's this Sid guy, man? You don't entertain this clown, do you, Rectionary?
He's been polite tonight, hasn't he? He was actually trying to educate you earlier.
Yeah, but I don't want to. Disrespect him. I don't want to disrespect him on your panel if you deem him worthy of your presence.
I don't know. He's being respectful, and that's a good thing, isn't it?
Highlight that comment again, what he just said. Everyone wants to advise, but nobody wants to research. That's a subliminal shot at reactionary, you know that?
It's not.
He's saying me.
No, look at the previous comment.
What was the previous one?
It's highlighted.
Oh, right.
Saeed needs to go back to madrasa. And as the kindergarten student, sorry. Who's Saeed? Is he talking about someone we know?
Saeed from SEC Da'wah. What's the name of his channel again? SEC Da'wah.
From Time and Da'wah.
Why is he picking on Saeed? Would anyone even mention Saeed's name?
No, he mentioned it because of... See, look, what's wrong with this statement here? Nothing wrong with it. It's good.
What this statement? This surrender is an individual.
I can't scroll back any further. But...
You know that question Akhan was asking earlier? You could easily...
One sec. He didn't insult me at all tonight. He's been polite, right? But Jordan M has insulted me. Jordan M's called me a wet biscuit. A wet wipe, sorry.
A wet wipe.
A so-called Islamophobe is being polite to me, and a Muslim is being.
I'm not getting involved in the Battle of Jordan.
Bruv, I'm kidding.
Reactionary, did you know that reactionary actually means it's a political movement? It's the opposite of progressiveness. I didn't know that. Found that recently. I typed in your name, trying to find your channel to see if he was live or not. And I must have over-scrolled, and I saw a lot of people referring to reactionary as a movement. So, you know, reactionaries are the opposite of progressiveness. So it's probably an offshoot of the right wings.
Interesting. You're quite smart, aren't you, bro? I wasn't expecting that.
Come on.
Well, was you aware of that?
Yep.
Okay. But yeah, you know, that question Khan was asking earlier, you could easily take the argument and put that on Prophet level as well. There were a lot of false prophets. There were a lot of false prophets in the time of the Prophet as well, right? Hussein al-Kadhab is one of them. Just because he calls himself a prophet doesn't mean he is a prophet. Just because other people recognize him as a prophet doesn't mean he's a real prophet. And there were a number of false prophets. Musaylim al-Kadhab was just the most notable one. there was one particular false prophet. They actually eventually ended up accepting Islam. You know.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So Mark Smith asks, reactionary, where is God? Where does he reside? Okay. So I'll take those two questions. Rando, are you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
What do you think of that question there? He's got two questions.
Rando,
First,
you must
where
be
is where?
so sick of all these questions.
Who me?
Yeah.
No, man. No. I won't listen. I'm listening most of the time.
Oh my
We've
God, I'm
got
so
where is
excited
God?
about
And
what
the
I'm seeing
second,
on
where does he
Instagram right
reside?
now.
Who's that?
Where
What's
is
that?
God and where does he reside? He resides on his throne, don't he?
What?
Doesn't Allah have a throne?
So, well.
I thought he said phone for a minute. You know.
No, throne,
No,
throne.
don't you object? No, so I object to the second question first of all, right? And I was going to hand over to Rando. If you want Rando, you can deal with it.
Go for it. I'm listening.
No, just disregard the second question. Where is Allah?
No, not disregard the second one. The first one we can answer. Yeah.
There's no favoritism here, bro.
First question right? Yeah. The first question can be answered easily. The second, however, I think is problematic, right? Problematic because I'll tell you why. By the way, first of all, look at Iris Sid's comment. Is that bad? That's a good comment.
Oh my God.
Good night, Iris Sid. Anyhow, the second question: where does he reside? What's the meaning of reside? What does the word reside mean?
Dwell, like dwelling place, location.
So that it just means that he's asking the same question in two different ways. So the first answer will answer the second question as well.
So Russell Asad said reside is a place of residence.
That's correct, yeah.
So what's his residence?
Yeah.
It's the place where someone lives.
So, lives.
Where you mostly find them.
Yeah, I object to the wording, the reside part. Anyways, yeah.
Does residence have a purpose?
Yeah, it's like shelter. It's
your sanctuary, your safety place.
Okay. Does Allah need sanctuary or safety or shelter?
No.
So for me, the term residence is not appropriate. Yeah. But we can explain. So the first question is enough, really. Where is God?
Yeah.
The second one is what's the word?
Superfluous.
Superfluous.
Access to requirement.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it kind of belittles Allah's status. It's not appropriate for him, subhanahu wa ta'ala. I don't think anyway. So where is Allah? How would you answer that question?
He's above his arsh. Allah is above his throne.
Yeah. Fis sama is what Allah said in the Quran. Correct?
Yes.
Fis sama. Now the word fi, what does that mean?
Above, right?
In this case, it means above. Yeah. Fis sama. Yeah, bro. Well, I'm not trying to give a lecture here. I'm just trying to break it down simply to a way of addressing it.
But then you have the Ash'ariras who want to give a greater meaning to the answer instead of just.
But Allah also descends, doesn't He?
Yes, He does. Yeah.
When?
Around this time, to be honest. Last Thursday night.
Last Thursday night. Every night, subhanallah. So we should make dua, do salah. May Allah forgive all the Muslims, forgive all of us, all of our parents, and guide us to a straight path, and keep us firm upon it, and give us all an increase of rizq, an increase of iman, and an increase of certainty in our religion as well. صلى على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه. What else do we have here. Anjem said the reactionary is very quick, very quick. Bahith is back. Omar Razak, no. All corporate terms related to finite limited space time is a category. Mukit Khan, I'm not a computer. I don't understand your code.
What was that? All corporeal terms related to here. Finite space time is a category.
Reactionary, you know the Ash'ari's, they disagree that Allah descends, right?
What's the dalil that Allah descends?
What's that hadith? It's I believe it's Bukhari and Muslim actually.
Is there an ayah in the Quran?
Well, there is evidence that Allah descends. I know one, but like in terms of the last third of the night, I'm trying to think.
And don't forget, what other time does Allah descend? By the way,
the Day of Judgment.
I think your questions are a little bit vague.
In Ramadan.
Allah descends to where? From where to where?
Yeah, I was thinking about that surah as well.
Laylatul Qadr. So Allah descends every last third of the night. He also descends Laylatul Qadr. And what about the month that we're in now?
Dhul Hijjah.
What day?
The day of Arafah.
Yom al-Arafah.
Yes, Yom Arafah. So these are occasions when Allah descends and accepts the prayers of the servants.
These 10 days of Dhul Hijjah are the most sacred days of the year. You know, they are more sacred than Ramadan. The only days are more sacred are the nights of the last 10s of Ramadan.
No, the days of Dhul Hijjah.
Yeah, the days. Yeah. But obviously, the last 10 nights of Ramadan are more virtuous.
So that if you check it out, Islam began in Ramadan. That's when the Quran was first revealed, correct?
Yeah.
In the night, fi Laylatul Qadr. So that Laylatul Qadr occurs in the last 10 nights of Ramadan. Yes. Those 10 nights are the best nights of the year. We agree, right?
Yes.
So Islam began in the best 10 nights of the year. That's when the Quran was first, the revelation began. Then we have the best 10 days of the year. When are the best 10 days of the year? Dhul Hijjah.
Dhul Hijjah, yes.
And that is when the Quran was completed. So اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم نعمتي ورضيت لكم الإسلام دينا. Right, so Islam was completed in these first 10 days of the Hijjah. The Quran was completed. So look what we have. We have the beginning of the Quran and the revelation and the end of the revelation. Last 10 nights, first 10 days. Eid at the end of the first 10 nights and Eid at the end of the first 10 days. You see that?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even think of it like that, man.
You have Eid al-Fitr and you have Eid al-Adha.
Say that again. What did you say? I wasn't listening, sorry.
Go on, Rando, bro.
Well, that was powerful, lie. SubhanAllah, I never thought about it like that. It's related to the Quran, and Allah gave us 2 Eids as well regarding its revelation. It's actually just linked to the Quran. SubhanAllah. I never thought about it like that.
Did you repeat that for me, Rando? Sorry.
Yeah. What the Prophet said was basically the Quran was revealed. The beginning of it was revealed.
Ramadan.
In the last 10 nights of Ramadan, yeah, right.
Oh, the last 10 nights of Ramadan. Okay.
Yeah,
yes.
And the last of the Quran was revealed in the first 10 days of the Hijjah. And there's an Eid at the end of the last 10 nights of Ramadan, and there's an Eid at the last 10 days of the Hijjah. It's basically linked to the Quran. Subhanallah, like the power, that is mad. I'm not gonna lie. I never thought about that. That is mad.
And Allah descends in Laylatul Qadr and descends in the day of Arafah. It's the only day of the year that we know that Allah descends. Yawm Arafah.
Yawm Arafah is the last day of the 10 days of the Hujjah, right?
It's the 9th day.
Was the 9th day?
And Laylatul Qadr, we don't know which night it is, but it's one of the last 10 nights.
That's why it's just count all 10 and just treat all of them as if it was Laylatul Qadr.
Yeah.
Wallah, this is the only interest I have in Reactionary, you know. This guy sits on so much knowledge, that you can just listen and learn from him. Even though, his hobbies and interests, is just, other things in terms of, dunya matters and whatever happens on the day and, reading from the news, and that's his reason for being online. But his knowledge that he sits on, is valuable, man.
Yeah, I think these streams are good, man.
Aris Sid, come take your shahada now, if you're ready. No, read the comment. Read the comment, bro.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Rashid the Tiating, shahada request. Oh, slap. The guy's talking like it's gonna happen. Basically, there's no.
Inshallah. Come and obtain Allah's mercy, Aris. It's time.
Reactionary, would you class your channel as a da'wah channel, or would you class it as just a free flow channel, where you open topics?
It's just a YouTube channel, bro. But part of every Muslim's job is, if there's an opportunity to give da'wah, you're going to give da'wah, right?
Don't say that, man. Some people might not be qualified to give da'wah. You might end up misguiding people by mistake.
True. But I'm saying, I'm not a cult, a da'wah. So I said I won't use that word. I'm just an individual, independent. I don't belong to any groups. And I'm not trying to win debates necessarily. I did enjoy getting into debates initially, but I tried to really see through the antagonism and stuff, get past the barriers and deal with people as individuals.
So debates don't interest you anymore?
They do.
Sometimes
it's fun.
Talking about Islamic debates.
I'm not a fan of those formal debates. I'm a fan of back and forth type debates.
Yeah, more like informal debates where someone comes on your channel.
Yeah, I don't like time limits. I don't like when people say, 2 minutes for you, 2 minutes for him. No, let's just go back and forth and using a reasonable amount of time to speak, each of us.
Like, for example, when we used to go on Go Live, where Go Live used to be pretty much everyone had the same thing, and it was like an echo chamber. You was the only one odd one out. Did you ever feel intimidated there, being the odd one out, or did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it, bro. Enjoyed it. Yeah, those days were good though. Go Live days.
Even though knowing everything that they like dangerous beliefs.
Yeah. The personalities were good, man. I enjoyed the personalities. Yeah. You had that French dude. What was his name?
Alam Taqilun.
Yeah, Alam Taqilun. And we had Abu Talha.
Yeah.
Who else? He used to get so triggered. All he could do is mute me and boot me off.
Who?
Abu Talha. He said, kick this guy off, bro. Get this guy off, this Madkhali. That's all he would ever say.
Did he have a point, or?
Did you think everyone on that panel? Do you think when they use the word madkhali, it's just a pretext of kafir? That's what they're
Yes.
trying to say to you.
Yeah, you know, correct. And like Rendo, this is your first time on the channel, Rendo.
Yeah, I was just thinking this, bro. The thing is, yeah, this is like literally an anomaly for me to be awake at this time. I usually sleep at like 10:30, 11. Like after Isha, now it's like 10:45.
Yeah.
So like 11 o'clock,
Now
I
you
usually
might-
go sleep. But
Now you might as well stay awake with Fajr.
yeah, Fajr is almost there, anyways, man. It's literally
What time is it today?
20 minutes left, 30 minutes left.
What,
3:30? Yes, 3:19. Sorry, 3:18, 3:19.
3:19. Yeah.
That's us in Birmingham. I'm not sure about London. It might be a couple of minutes, a few minutes difference.
Mm.
Do you pray Fajr at home, Rando, or you go to the masjid?
Currently, I try to pray at home as much as I can because COVID is still around, if I'm being honest. And last time I went, it was a bit mad.
Did you catch COVID yet?
No, alhamdulillah. Because I literally stay at home as much as possible. Alhamdulillah, my work and stuff is at home, so...
I don't know about London yet, but in Birmingham, they're starting to reintroduce lines in the prayers. We'd have like, I think, up to 6 people can pray shoulder to shoulder, feet to feet. And then there'll be a gap, and then there'll be another 6, and so on and so on.
Yeah. But I miss the masjid, man. It's
Are any of you considering getting the vaccination? Or you guys already be vaccinated?
I'm waiting for the human trials to finish, man.
I've had I must be one of the human trials because I've had it twice.
You had it already.
One for each arm.
What about Mr. Skeptic? What about Mr. Skeptic? Is he gonna get it? I'm not even gonna say the name. He knows exactly who he is.
Skeptic. Oh my God.
I try to avoid it as long as I can.
Are you gonna just let everyone else have it?
If I can.
My intention was, when I found out about it in December, I say, look, I'll put it off up to 7 months at most, see how other people react to it. And I see so many people taking it and it's safe, then I'll take it myself.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait a little bit.
They started opening walk-in centers in GPs now, so you don't even have to book an appointment.
I got this app, it's called VPN, a free one, and it just gives a list of all countries, like it says United States, New York, United Kingdom, London, United States, Clifton for some reason. Some of them, sometimes they get full up and you can't select them. Like, does it make a difference which one you pick? Does anyone know?
I would avoid free VPNs if I'm being honest with you.
Really? I'm only using it so I can stream videos, like films.
That's fine. That's fine. But you just know that they keep logs basically, and it's not really that.
I signed up with a VPN back in January. I think it was NordVPN. The intention was just to use a 1 month free trial, but I forgot the email I signed up with.
That always happens.
So now I can't cancel it. So every month it's charged me.
Maybe there's a higher in that, bro. Maybe it's you that you know it.
Well, one day I was just looking at my online banking and I saw, what the hell, are they still charging me? And I was so tempted to just cancel it online. I think forget it now, just cancel it.
I keep doing that with Amazon Prime.
Yeah, but then I was like, you know what? Yeah, I might need it someday. Yeah, just leave it. VPN is just one of those things that you might not need it, but there will come a day that you will need it. So just leave it.
Maybe.
Some nice rhyming skills there, Sahib, finally.
Oh, was it rhymes? Okay, I didn't know this.
I want to watch Black Widow. Scarlett Johansson, or is it Johansson? React. Is it Johansson or Johansson?
Johansson.
Is it Scarlett Johansson? Okay.
Yeah, it's like a Scandinavian name, isn't it? So you pronounce it with a yeah.
Hardcore IDF supporting it.
Yeah.
Hey?
Hardcore IDF supporter.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have a question for you, Rando. You know I forgot, what's the name of the tribe, the Lashahu tribes that were executed the battle of after the battle of Ashab?
Well, there was Nadir, Qurayda.
It was a Qaynuqa, or it was a Qaynuqa, was it?
Yeah, which tribe are you talking about?
You know the three Yahudi tribes in Medina?
Yeah.
Two of them were expelled, and then the third one, because they betrayed the oath.
Transgressed and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, they transgressed and sided with the Arabs against Prophet ﷺ.
Yeah, that's what I said.
What was the name of them? That's right.
I think it was Qurayda, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Do you know the name of the Sahabi that the Prophet ﷺ went to give them their judgment? Did they accept it?
Sa'ad ibn Mu'adh, I think.
Sa'ad ibn Mu'adh.
Yeah. Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan.
Hey, do you remember that channel, Mr. Islam Answers Back?
No.
Nobody remembers that YouTube channel? This guy, he used to debate Christians. He's African American guy. He used to try and refute people back in the early days.
Oh, what was he from the States? Oh my! I knew this brother, you know. Oh my God!
What, in real life?
Let me just. No.
And
from another platform.
Yeah, and he used to. Once he done a shared platform with someone called Andalusia, brother.
Yeah, Abdullah Andalusia. Yeah. Abdullah Andalusi.
Abdullah Andalusia.
Do you know, these kind of things, man. These brothers are just. These people are just working constantly.
React, you know, have you come across this Cone guy? Council of Nice Ears. He's about these chats nowadays. He used to be a mainstay at Jedi's. Did you know that he used to be around Go Life? He used to be an extremist.
Yeah, he was a mod over there. He used to time me out all the time.
And now he's in apostate.
La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. There you go. That's what you get. People jump from one extreme to another, bro.
To another extreme,
imbalanced.
It's not only him. I've seen quite a lot of those people who were, when ISIS first came about 14, a lot of people jumped on their hype. There was one particular YouTube channel who was so super extreme that he was super ISIS, just like Bob was. And then fast forward, I'd say 5-6 years later, now he's anti-Islam. He's an Islamophobe now.
Wow.
Rav, there was this guy I used to know. He was like really hardcore Salafi, right? Then a friend of mine saw him recently, and now he's, you know, very un-Salafi, like very, I don't know how to describe it. But he says, he says,
anti-Salafi.
he said, yeah, he was giving dawah to my friend, right? He took him out to dinner. Now he's doing really well in the business world at the moment, or the corporate world at the moment. And he said, look, I'm following this guy in Pakistan. He's called something Ghamidi. He's like a Quranist. Have you heard of this man?
Do you know? I think I heard. Do you know Abu Layth? I think he's
Quranist from Pakistan. Really?
Yeah, I think Abu Layth talked about him.
So this guy went from hardcore Salafiyya to becoming a Quranist, following this man in Pakistan called Ghamidi.
Didn't that Matthew Webb went the same way? He used to be like super extremist. He had the likes of Abdul Hakim on his channel all the time, had black flags on his channel, and then he became a Quranist and then became an apostate. Like that rings, you know, the hadith.
Where
about
is
the Prophet
that
ﷺ,
Abdul Hakim?
He's locked up, man.
Abdul Hakim guy. Where is he? Yeah.
He's locked up. You're talking about the Americans,
Is he
right?
locked
The
up?
extremists. He's locked up, yeah.
Yeah, the Abdul Hakim guy. Yeah. What do you mean he's locked up?
Yeah, he's locked up. Yeah, Maha did his research on him, and he found that
How do you
he's
know?
locked up. He got 6 years.
So he was genuinely an extremist. He wasn't a spy.
Yeah.
Wow.
We all thought that this guy was a spy and what have you. But no, he's locked
Yeah.
up, man.
That's a madness. Rando, you heard of this guy?
No,
Abdul
I don't know who
Hakim?
that is. I don't know who that is.
He used to come on and always try to call us. He called me a kafir several times.
He called everyone a kafir. He called Uncle Omar a kafir on the panel.
I'm not talking about Bob, bro. I'm talking about Abdul Hakim.
I
Is that
think
who
this
you're
guy was
talking
worse than
about?
Bob. Yeah.
Sorry.
He's worse than Bob. He's worse than Bob, this guy was.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I'm really pissed off, you know that.
Why?
I got an
Why is
iPhone 12, yeah? Tell me if this is fair. It's 2021 we're living in, right?
Yeah.
The iPhone 12 does not have scratch-proof glass, but the Samsung Galaxy A8 that I bought 3 years ago has got scratch-proof glass. I'm pissed off, bro. As soon as I saw one scratch on it, I knew. I was like, this phone is like fucking £800 or something, yeah? And I just fucking scratched it just by putting it in my pocket. I was
Haven't you got that
fuming.
Apple Care plan thing?
What's that? They're not going to fix that. One tiny
got
little
the
scratch on the screen.
Apple Care. No?
Okay,
Apple is the worst company ever, you know. They're slowly phasing out third-party repairs. So that means any repair can only be done by companies or shops that they approve.
I dropped the phone once, yeah. It's got like 5 scratches on it where it scratched through the color and you can see the metal behind it. And it didn't even drop on the floor, bro. It dropped in the bathroom on lino. And then there's an advert. They put an advert of a man dropping the same phone that I got in the sink, and they're going, "Oh, now it's even more durable." I was ready to flip, bro. I was ready to lose my mind.
That's what you get, man, for using Apple product, man. Apple are the worst.
I'm gutted, bro. But the phone itself,
Rando is an Android user.
The phone itself,
big Android,
big Android. So amazing. It's so fast. It's a really good phone. Like, it's people telling me, "Oh, the build quality on them is amazing." When you buy it, it's shit. How can a screen get scratched? But I've got a phone in my hand here, a £300 fucking Samsung, and it's not got one scratch on it, bro. I haven't got no screen protector on it, nothing. And I've had the phone for free.
Yeah.
Pissed, bro. I'm super pissed. I'm not gonna lie.
He was still raging, you know. He was still raging.
I think
Bro,
he really.
But
I feel like I've been robbed. Like, they robbed me. I'm fuming.
Yeah,
Not happy at all.
that's true. It's true.
Luckily, I've got that
lads,
thing
I
where
got to
think
jump off, inshallah.
every
It's been
year
good.
you can change the
All right,
phone
big
for
up,
a new
Rando.
phone.
Nice one.
Big up
Yes, Rando.
panel, big up you lot.
Big up
Assalamu
Radish.
alaikum until
Bad man.
tomorrow.
Bad man like Radish.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Radish, you know. Alaikum salam.
Radish because you're sweet but you're bitter at the same time.
Hmm.
Khan loves to rant sometimes, you know.
Bro, how would you feel?
Mukeet Khan, are you related
All
to
this
Khan?
time, yeah, I've been struggling with Androids, thinking, yeah, one day I'll treat myself to an iPhone, isn't it? And when I get the iPhone, it's fucking shit. And I spent all that money. Not happy, bro.
Samsung should hire you to do an
Bro,
anti-Apple propaganda, man.
Bro,
You're doing a
but
really
how
good
can
job
it be?
for Apple
How
Samsung.
can it be that it ain't even got scratch-proof glass? How? The scratch-proof glass was invented like
Imagine,
fucking 5 years ago.
imagine someone in Korea is watching this show right now, and they hear Khan talking, and they clip it, and they put it on the next Samsung's commercial.
I'm not happy.
Look at reactionary, man.
I'm lucky
Apple
that
fanboys.
you can actually
Yo,
trick the.
Khan,
Maybe you can trick.
Khan,
Bro,
you're not realizing one thing though, man.
Bro, can I not
You're
just
saying
hear
this to
that?
someone
Tell him
who has an Apple iPhone, who has an Apple Watch, who has an Apple iPad, and he probably uses.
I got all that too. I got all that too. I got iPad.
Yeah, so he's taking offense to what you're saying, man. Don't do that.
Oh, I'm very let down. I'm very let down. iPhone 12, not what it's cracked up to be.
Not what it's cracked up to be, yeah.
Oh, don't even go there. I'm just not even.
Make sure you get a case for your mobile phone, everybody. The amount of times I've dropped this handset, had I not had the case, it's like one of these military grade rugged cases. It's pretty good.
But bro, how are people walking around with phones in their back pocket? Like, they don't even care. I've seen it.
What kind of case do you use? Are you using the front and back case?
No, just the back, but it's like a rugged military type case. So the corners over the front are protected as well. So if you drop it, it's pretty good. Yeah, like I've dropped it so many times, no scratches because.
No, do you know what? I've got my screen protector on now, and I've got a decent case as well. But like, what's the point of buying such a beautiful phone if you can't look at it? Like in 5 years' time, when I go to sell the phone, I'll get to finally take it out of the case, look at it, and go, "Oh, doesn't it look lovely?" And it's just stupid.
That's why people get insurance, I suppose.
Bro, what I'm telling you, them tiny little scratches.
Imagine there are actually phone cases out there that are more expensive than the phone.
No, there ain't.
There is. This guy was doing a review, right? Yeah, he had an iPhone 12, cost £1,200.
It's like 800 something.
One second. He had an iPhone 12 Max Pro something.
Yeah.
It cost around $1,200.
Yeah.
And he was reviewing this case that cost $3,000.
I've never heard of that.
So the case is more expensive than the iPhone, but the case is protecting the iPhone.
The irony.
All we need is somebody to come out with a new product called the U-Phone. Be a good competitor.
The case.
I use a selfie stick and never dropped my phone since. Okay.
Selfie stick?
That's dumb. I think every Salafi will use a selfie stick. Get it? Selfie stick.
Selfie stick.
Ha ha ha! Funny. Your reaction is starting to sound more and more anti-Salafi, man. Relax, man.
Mukeet Khan would like that joke.
If Yusuf heard you talk like that, he'd be like, Taqillah, take it back.
Where is Yusuf, man? What happened to him? Disappeared.
Allah bless the guy, man. He's a good brother, man.
He's
very stern on us. Nah, I haven't spoken to him, I think, since January, man. Last time when I took a break was the last time I spoke to him. Yusuf is more spobs than Shamsi is spobs. Imagine that.
Yeah. Walaikum salam, Empress Becca. Everyone remember the feeling they had when they got their first walkie-talkie. Mukeet Khan, like nobody reads your like jokes and your comments. It's like you're talking to yourself. Like,
yeah, he's one of Jordan's.
Just kidding. Yeah, he's here spying on behalf of somebody. Yes.
Yeah. He's
doing the night shift.
He's Jordan's kilowatt, you know. So.
Yes, exactly. Big
Don't be
up
too
Empress
harsh on
Becca for that comment. Yes. Who is Jane Duratir? Oh, you're a friend of Mukit, yeah? Okay, fair enough. A friend of Mukit's is a friend of ours. No problem.
Killer Boys, yeah, is the type of person when you mention his name, yeah, he just pops up in the chat, you know. He's become a silent watcher now.
Mm. Killer Mukit. Apple is the best company in the world. Why 3 asterisks? I don't understand that, Al-Bahid. Jane is a boss, says Mukit Khan. How can she be a boss if she's a woman? Mukit, fix up. We need patriarchy, not matriarchy.
Khan, you want to hear a little fact about Apple? Apple sit on one of the largest cash reserve in terms of liquid money than any other company in the world. They were one of the first companies in the world here to be valued at $1 trillion.
Have you seen the Apple headquarters in the States?
Yeah, the glass one, in New York.
It's like a circular. No, it's I think it's in California.
In Times Square, yeah. No, it's in Times Square, isn't it?
No. Do a search on YouTube.
Oh no,
Apple's
sorry, that's the shop.
Head office. Sick building.
All right, guys, I'm going to bed.
Make sure you pray. You got 5 minutes, bro, to do Fajr. Fajr comes
just
in
send
5
off
minutes.
another 5 minutes.
Okay, bro.
I have a question for you two. Do you think Apple today would be the same without the launch of the iPhone? Do you think the iPhone launched them to what they are today? Because prior to that, they were just known for their laptops and their what was it?
The MP3 player really revolutionized what they did, didn't it? What was it called?
Man.
The MP3 player, iPod.
Yeah,
that's whatever the word is, rejuvenated them.
That was in the early noughties, though. It started around 2001 or 2. I'd say the thing that really rejuvenated is the iPhone, because not only did they rejuvenate them as a company, they changed the whole phone industry. It's because of them that we all have smartphones.
No, we had smartphones before Apple, bro. Microsoft made smartphones, and yeah.
Which one do you remember?
Just that Apple. Yeah, I had one. I had this really tiny little phone. HTC, I think it was the brand that made it.
Oh, was it a touchscreen like we have now?
Yeah, touchscreen with a stylus. And even and you had some phones which had a keypad as well. You'd slide the phone open.
I thought Apple was the first one to make it.
No. They just marketed it like they. And their products weren't the best either. Like you had more functionality in other like HTC phones. But you have to admit, Apple made it accessible for the masses and in a simple way, and the quality of the product was superb. Especially that, when you're scrolling through the contacts, you just use your finger and just scroll up and scroll down, and then you had that resizing the picture on the screen by pinching it. So Apple did sort of revolutionize it and make it really good.
Yeah, but then Samsung came along and just made it even better. Because remember, the first iPhone was literally the screen was about 3 inches small. Remember the first iPhone 3G? The screen was so tiny, man. And Samsung came along with their Note. It's a huge thing.
What was that company? LG used to make phones. I don't know if they still do.
They still do.
I never really got into Blackberries. I wasn't impressed by those. Yeah, sorry.
Imagine, like 10 years ago, the first Note that came out was only about 5 inches small, and that was considered big in those days,
Oh, I got a joke for you, Mukit. you can add this to your list. People who live in the countryside, they live there because they're capitalists. You get it? They're capitalists. They don't like capital cities. All right.
People that live in capitals are capitalists.
No, they're like racist against capital cities, so they live in the countryside. Capitalists. Yeah. Al-Bahith trying to use smart language to sound smart, but is actually saying something that's like very dumb. Sorry, what do you say? That joke made no sense. Okay. Can anybody hear me? Yes, no, maybe so. Type 1 if you can hear me. Hello? Hello? Ah, you can hear me. Thank you very much. I don't know what happened. Sahib's phone must have just died out. Those who dislike Apple, get it? Yes. Thank you for the ones. Thank you for the ones. If anybody's in touch with Observer, please ask him to contact me. Thank you very much. Don't know where this guy is. All right. Yeah, well, I think that's it now because it's time for Fajr. So I think that's enough for this evening. What do you all think? Agreed? Mukeet Khan, send a message to Jordan for me, please, and say I was only joking, okay? Tell him not to take it seriously. And I'd love to have him back on because I do enjoy our conversations. So please pass that on to your boss. Thank you very much, Mukeet. Good stream. Thank you. Yeah, so I'll leave it there, brothers and sisters. Keep it going for another 3 hours. I'm not sure. I don't think I will. I'm really quite tired right now. So I'm going to go and do salah and get some sleep. You get me, fam. Jane Ducatir, I got 5:21 a.m. here. Bye. Bye. Yep. Bye to you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And thank you for coming along. Sallallahu wa sallam ala nabiyyina Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And one more thing. I'm very happy that Khan finally understands what La ilaha illallah means. Next, we need to go for Muhammad al-Rasulullah. Inshallah. And big up to Rando for jumping on and helping out there too. Yeah. Good stuff, people. Take care, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.